If there is anything that needs to be satirized and remixed, it is Trump talking about massive dumps. And by the way, extra points, if you can sample Trump saying massive dumps and me talking about it in a song, please do it.
Dumps. Big massive dumps. Dumps. Big massive dumps. Dumps.
Dumps. Dumps. Dump, dump, dumps. Dumps. Dump.
Dumps. Dumps.
Dumps. Dumps. Dump, dump, dumps. Dumps. Dump.
Dump. Big massive dumps. Dumps.
Dumps. Dumps.
Sure you just
Dump, dump, dumps. Dumps. Dump.
dump. Big massive dumps.
Donald Trump insisted multiple times that it was massive dumps that led him to lose the election, which is just
on another level, on another level.
Dumps.
Dumps. Dumps.
Sure you just
Dump, dump, dumps. Dumps. Dump.
dump. Big massive dumps. Dumps.
Dumps. Dumps.
Sure you just
Dump, dump, dumps. Dumps. Dump.
dump. Big massive dump.
You turn the faucet on in areas where there's tremendous amounts of water, where the water rushes out to sea, because you could have people are flushing toilets 10 times, 15 times, as opposed to once.
Dumps.
Dumps. Dumps.
Sure you just
Dump, dump, dumps. Dumps. Dump.
dump. Big massive dumps. Dumps.
Dumps. Dumps. Dump, dump, dumps. Dumps. Dump.
Dumps.
what is going on here? What is going on here? It's just beyond parody. I mean, massive dumps cost them the election. What is going on here? What is going on here? It's just beyond parody. I mean, massive dumps cost them the election. What is going on here? What is
Dumps. Dumps. Dumps.
massive dumps that
Dumps.
Dumps. Dumps.
Toilets 10 times.
Dump, dump, dumps. Dumps. Dump.
Dumps. Dumps.
Dumps. Dumps.
multiple times.
Dump, dump, dumps. Dumps. Dump.
Dumps. Dumps.
Dumps. Dumps.
Massive
Dump,
dumps.
dump, dumps. Dumps. Dump.
Dump. Big massive dumps.
What
Dumps.
is going on here?
Dumps.
What
You
is
just
going on here?
dump. Big massive dumps.
It's All right, welcome everybody. I am back and I am back on Twitch. It is a defiant and principled return. I will explain what's going on. We are now moving into closing arguments in the trial for the killing of Ahmaud Arbery. And it is something we are looking into very, very closely. Now, many of you wondering, sir, how are you back on Twitch? You were banned for 30 days and it's not been 30 days. And of course, you would be right. I don't really have an answer for you. Within hours of the end of the Rittenhouse trial last week, I got a message from Twitch saying, you've been unbanned. I don't know what else to tell you. That's what it is. All I can tell you is I am so glad to be back on Twitch. And even though we had the 1,000 paid subs when we were banned, and we've lost close to 200 of those, we're back. And we're going to rebuild, and we're going to put brick by brick back on the wall. That's what it's going to be. So I actually have a call in 4 minutes. We're going to be streaming this for the duration of the day. So I'm going to step away, and then I'm going to be back. I did want to let you guys know just one thing. I did yesterday find some incredible mango prices under the Biden regime. 4 for $5. These are organic, $1.25 a mango, which I think is absolutely incredible. I think this is absolutely incredible. And listen, if you're blaming Biden for the gas prices, which I don't think you should, then at least to some degree, you've got to thank Biden for this incredible mango pricing. And I grabbed a couple of them, and it really felt like freedom when I was doing it. So I really, really appreciate that and think it's an absolutely tremendous thing. We do have super chats on the screen. Bay Photo says, sir, did Twitch adjudicate with a giant toy hammer? They didn't. It was just a very, very brief message. I'm confused as to what even happened. to be totally honest with you. But I'm glad to be back. I can't thank enough all the people that are repledging and all of that stuff. So let's get right into this. I'm going to step away briefly. I've got to take a phone call in 2 minutes, but we're streaming, we're live, we're doing it, closing arguments. Very, very important stuff here.
Electronic equipment stolen from the offshore boat while it was parked in the RV garage. And Bob said, that's a burglary. A burglary had been committed in this residence. And he said, that's right. But it was never reported. Like, we didn't have a report about it, so I didn't really investigate it. But that is a burglary, and he has admitted that to you as well. February 23rd. Mr. Olson's surveillance camera shows that Mr. Arbery walked into the neighborhood. Didn't run. He then stood in the yard and put his hands on his hips, looked around like this, and then went into the residence. Matt Albenzi was doing work in his yard, and he saw this gentleman who resembled the gentleman who had committed what they thought was a burglary in that residence. He shut down the work that he was doing, put a gun in his pocket, grabbed his cell phone, and he walked all the way up to the street to the corner where Jones meets Satilla, where he keeps his mailbox. And he stood there right next to this tree, and he called 911. At some point in the video, when you see Mr. Arbery run out, you'll see he passes right through the window. And Mr. Albenzi is standing right there on the phone calling the police. His behavior then changes. Instantly, Mr. Arbery is at a full sprint, running into the neighborhood. Running into the neighborhood. Which the state is going to infer means he's going on his regular job. But no, because running out of the neighborhood is a problem. It's a problem now because there's a guy standing there on the phone looking at you back in the same residence that you've been caught in now 3 times. Caught meaning on camera, and police coming and searching with lights, and Travis McMichael, and to return to that house in the middle of the day like that after being run off. Imagine going to visit a house under normal circumstances. Oh, this house looks like one we might want to buy. I'm going to go in there. Then somebody comes up to you with headlights and tries to stop you from going into the house and confronts you about it. Are you literally ever going to go back to that house again? It is unreasonable to think that he's going back there for some lawful purpose after being run out of there 3 times before. So he doesn't run out of either of the entrances to go back across the street where he lives. He runs deep into the neighborhood. Someone has called the police. Now, Travis has told you, nothing has erased from his mind about this individual in the 2 weeks between February 11th and February 23rd. It's all still there. And while he's sitting in his home, his dad comes running in the house and says, the guy who's been breaking in down the street is back. He's running past. Get your gun. Travis and his dad carry their firearms for protection wherever they go. That's what they do. The law allows them to do it. They have permits to do it. Travis testified he had a concealed permit at one point. The law allows this behavior. Travis comes out to the street. He looks down the street, right across. Here he is at 2:30. He comes out here. Mr. Arbery has already run past. He comes out here. He looks down the street from where the house is and sees Mr. Matt Albenzi, who is walking towards him, and eventually, after a couple houses, goes like this and points down the street. It is reasonable to conclude that based on what his dad said, who just came running in the house, the guy's back who's broken in, to come outside and look and see Mr. Albenzi, who he knows, who he's talked with, he shared thoughts and feelings about the person breaking in the house, is now saying, go that way, the guy is back, to get in his car and go. You cannot act on the unsupported statements of others. The state has characterized that, which is an accurate statement of the law, as Travis's mom. Are you kidding? After all that we have seen, after all that he has experienced, after all the conversation that he's had, after all the videos that he's seen, after what he experienced himself, that he's just going off of what his mommy told him? This is what the state wants you to do something about. This is what they're trying to inject into this case, knowing, despite that Travis has called the police on the white man under the bridge, knowing that Travis called the police on a carjacker or told his police friends when he was in the Coast Guard and a report was made about the white guy that tried to rob his truck, knowing that Travis called the police about his gun being stolen and readily admits, I don't know who stole it, knowing that Travis called the police on the 11th of February. They want to try to reduce this case down to this statement, which is not true. Travis had all of this. His reading Facebook, everything going on at Larry English's house, knowing about what was happening in Satilla Shores, speaking with everybody on the 11th, his own experience, Albenzi signaling, Officer Rash and Matt Albenzi. This is what he carried with him when he left his driveway that day. Reasonable and probable grounds of suspicion. Reasonable and probable grounds of suspicion. Facts and circumstances to warrant a prudent person, one taking care to understand the truth, in believing that the suspect has committed the offense of burglary. Travis believes he's committed the offense of burglary. The facts necessary to establish probable cause for arrest are less than those required to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. It's more than suspicion or possibility. It's got to be a probability, probably. And he said, I had a probability. There was a probability that this was the guy who did it, and here's why I think he did it. And I wrote down every one of the things that we talked about as he testified. I wrote them all down, and they are all encapsulated in that slide I just told you. This is where the duty and responsibility in following the law becomes intertwined with heartache and tragedy. Because you do have the right to perform a citizen's arrest. You do have the right to have a firearm when you make an arrest. You do have the right to stop a person and to hold them and detain them for the police. And there is risk with that. And there are tragic consequences that can come from that. And we can all sit here right now and say what the state has said from the very beginning and what Travis himself recognizes. If he had only stayed home that day, if he had just sat on the couch and fallen asleep with his kid that day, Travis told you it's not a day that doesn't go by that he doesn't think that exact same thing. But the law allows the citizens to make a citizen's arrest. And if doing so properly, it is the reason for the actions that follow. Here, you talk about an offense being committed in his presence or when his immediate knowledge. What could be more immediate than February 11th? What could be more immediate than seeing the videos of him in the house and talking with police officers and other people, including hearing from Larry English through others, that he actually had stuff stolen from his property? An offense has been committed, and he knows about it. He's seen everything other than the hand on the equipment that was stolen. If it's a felony and the offender is escaping or attempting to escape, then you can arrest him upon reasonable and probable grounds of suspicion, probable cause. Travis said many, many times it was the totality of the circumstances. That's his Coast Guard brain. That's his Coast Guard brain saying everything that I knew gave me the belief that a crime had been committed. Escape. Private citizen's warrant arrest must occur immediately after the perpetration of the offense, or, in the case of felonies, during escape. Not every person is arrested at the moment they commit a crime. Not every person is arrested by police, because sometimes the police don't get there in time. But if they learn about the person and they have information about the person, escape can happen anytime. Escape can happen later. It doesn't have to happen right at the same time the crime is committed. There's no law that says that. There's no time limit imposed. The police would never be able to arrest anybody. And a citizen is in the same shoes as an officer when it comes to citizen's arrest. So, Travis, leaving his house, decides he's going to follow. That's what he does. He pulls out after his dad crammed into the front seat with the kid seat there, and he follows. And he watches. And he pulls up next to this gentleman. No gun is raised. No violence is ensued. He doesn't get out of the car. He doesn't tackle him. He doesn't do anything. He does what a reasonably prudent person would do. He does what his training has taught him to do, to use leaps. And he says, hey man, what's going on? Can you stop for a second? Please, I just want to talk to you for a second. There is no violence. If Travis wanted violence against this man, if Travis wanted to hurt him or commit an aggravated assault or commit a false imprisonment, he could have done it right then and there. He doesn't. He talks to him. Mr. Arbery looks him in the eyes, doesn't say a word, doesn't have to, but that's information for Travis. Is it so offensive to pull up next to somebody and say, hey man, can you stop for a second? I want to talk to you. Just for a minute. Can you, hold on a second. Is that so offensive? So, he stops. He starts to go back one way. Travis backs up alongside of him, 3 feet away, not pulling in front of him, not pulling behind him, just tries to talk to him. And Mr. Arbery takes off running down the street. And Travis watches him. There he goes. Doesn't take a gun out and shoot him in the back. Doesn't take a gun out and commit an aggravated assault. Doesn't take a gun and try to kill him. Doesn't try to hit him with his truck. He watches him. Watching. So, he pulls up next to him. And he stops again. He says, hey, hold on a second. We just want to talk to you for a minute. Something's going on back there. We want to know what's going on. He's not saying to the guy, I don't know what's been going on in this neighborhood. To do that would do what? It would escalate the situation. So he just says, we want to know what's going on back there. Why is that guy pointing at you? Why is he doing that? Mr. Arbery stops. He looks him dead in the eyes, doesn't say a word, and Travis just says, we want you to stay right here. We're calling the cops. Call the cops. Call the cops. And Mr. Arbery bolts. Now, on the subject of police, Travis told you. Got in the car with my dad. I said, Dad, are the cops coming? Yeah, go this way. It's very clear. He says he asked his father about the cops being called. They call the cops all the time. This is not like it's a new thing for the McMichaels to call the police. Here, when they say call the cops, now he bolts. And it's on that bolting that Travis thinks this guy knows he's caught. He knows he's caught. Because he's bolting. He's looked at me. He won't talk to me. That's odd. I'm not talking to him in a too aggressive of a way. And he bolts. And Travis stays right where he is. And he watches. He watches what happens between this truck. He has no clue who this black truck is. In terms of evidence, there is no evidence of any communication between these people. any cooperation between the two of you. No help, no assistant, no encouraging, nothing. So he sees this truck and he tells you it's one of a couple things. It's either the guy from up at 220, or it's his buddy, maybe trying to give him a lift, or now that I'm watching him, he's being very aggressive against this truck. He's watching it from 200 feet away, but he's thinking this guy's being really aggressive. There's something off with this guy. His dad says, Travis, go. Dad gets out of the car, climbs in the back of the truck with his rebuilt hip and his medical issues. Travis watches him get in, looks down the street, sees this, takes his gun off the floorboard, puts it up on the bench seat. His dad says, go, get down the street. Travis says, no, I'm not going back that way. Something's off with this guy. I'm not going into that. Well, if he wanted to go commit an aggravated assault, if he wanted to go do a false imprisonment, if he wanted to end the life of somebody, whether it's murder or felony murder, there's another chance. But he doesn't. He just watches. And then he says, I'm going to drive around. The judge is going to charge you on hijacking a motor vehicle. A person commits the crime of hijacking a motor vehicle in the second degree when such person obtains a motor vehicle from an individual without his or her consent. Travis is watching this gentleman try to get in the car in an aggressive way, and he thinks that does not look good. Whether he thinks to himself that's a hijacking or not, it doesn't look good. It looks dangerous. Travis also told you that when he came face to face with Ms. Arbery, even though he didn't speak, he looked very angry, he looked very upset, clenching his teeth, but not saying a word. These are the notes I took about it, right in front of you guys. Just wrote it down as he was talking. Stop, please stop. Mad, clenched teeth. It was very unexpected. What's going on? I want to talk to you. What's going on? Police are on the way. And then his dad says, go back. He says, I am not going back there. I'll go from Beaufort around to Holmes. And that's what he does. He drives around. Now, his dad's in the back of the truck. His dad is old and infirm. He's sitting on this bench in the back of the truck. Travis says he's going with his foot on the brake pretty much 3 or 4 miles an hour. Drives all the way around thinking, I'm not going to go back into this mess down here. I'll drive around. And when he drives around, you've now learned about this dog leg. That black line essentially is the dog leg. You can't see past it. Travis tells you the first thing he sees is Mr. Arbery doing a U-turn right there at the crest of that turn. What does he do? He watches. Does he drive at him? No. Does he try to tackle him? No. Does he try to put a shotgun at him? No. Does he yell at him? No. He's trying to continue to assess the situation in a reasonable, prudent fashion. Then he drives across the dog leg, comes all the way to the end of the street, and he sees Mr. Arbery again with this truck. Again, with this truck, tangled up with this truck. And what looks like, again, aggression at the truck. So Travis stops. He stops. He's thinking to himself, why is this guy not running through this open yard? This is Satilla right here. This is Holmes. This is where he sees the truck. What is with it that this guy's not going this way? And who is that truck? What's happening? Instead, they both run around Travis, back up around the dog leg. So Travis says, okay, I'm watching, I'm looking, I'm going to pull forward, stop in my car at the end of the street, and I'm just going to take up a spot right here. I'm going to take up a spot here. I know that he's currently not over here. I know he's not behind me. I can see my house right there. I can see up Satilla Drive, and I'm looking up homes. I'm just going to take up residence right here, and I'm going to watch to see what happens next. Because maybe this guy will come back, and we can stop him, or maybe he'll just keep running that way. Maybe he'll keep running that way, and I can tell the police, I'm pretty sure he's not this way, pretty sure he's not over here, he's not there. He's headed that way. What he doesn't know is that Mr. Arbery is turning around up on the other side of the dog leg. And this is where our video picks up with Roddy Byrne. By now, it should be clear. Travis doesn't even know where Roddy Bryan is. To say that Roddy Bryan's turn up there and to follow him back, Travis has no idea what's happening behind the blind side of that curve. And still doesn't know who this truck is and why this gentleman is interacting with it in the way that he is. But this is what's happening unbeknownst to Travis. Mr. Arbery turns around and you get a quick glimpse of what's up the street, and it isn't Travis McMichael's truck. It isn't there. It's because it's all the way back down Holmes near Satilla. The state is going to play the recording that you heard of Mr. Bryan turning, driving and revving and doing all this stuff. This will be the third interaction that Mr. Arbery will have coming at this truck. And Mr. Bryan is freaked out, to say the least. So freaked out, he drops his phone. This is where the phone drops and goes pitch black for about a minute. And in this time, you'll hear sounds. You'll hear engine noise. You'll hear turning. You'll hear shifting. You'll hear seat belts clanking. You'll hear the three-point turn eventually. He says, well, you know what? I'm going to head back that way. But what you don't hear on that phone, even after audio enhancement, even after any kind of working with audio specialists and digital specialists, you'll never, ever hear any yelling and no communication between Travis or Greg. The state wants you to think that it's at this moment Greg McMichael drives by and says, I'm going to blow your GD head off. Well, if he said it, you'd have heard it. It'd been on that telephone and they'd have played it for you. It ain't there. So, Roddy Bryan is all the way up. This blue mailbox down here, closer up pictures where Mr. Arbery turns around. This is the demonstration video with Seacrest. And this is Mr. Bryan's actual video. This is how far up the road he is. This is the minute that he's been with his phone down on the floor. And in this minute, 2 times Mr. Arbery is going to run towards Travis. First time, turn around and go back. And the second time, he'll turn around and go back. And that's where that video will pick him up, on the second time. So, the first time, Ahmaud Arbery comes across that dog leg, he's coming at Travis. At this moment, he's looking into Travis's eyes and he's coming at him and ultimately is going to get within 10 feet of him running while Travis is saying, stop, do not come any closer, stop right there, stop. No gun in his hand, just saying stop, do not come any closer. Now at this moment, Travis has already had his experience, obviously, where he reached for the gun before, where he was acting bold. He's not going to forget that. He's not going to forget that he just saw what looked like attacking this truck, acting violent, being bold. And none of what he experienced that day will be forgotten. Trying to talk to him. We want to talk to you. What's going on? We've called the police. And noting that he's not acting right, something is off, and Dad's saying going back there, and he said, no way, I'm not going back to that. But now, he's running at Travis. We have proof that he was on that truck because his palm print is right there, and it's consistent with a right thumbprint right there. That's just one piece of proof that his hands were on the door that supports Travis's belief that he was trying to get into that truck. And here he comes. And Travis finally takes a stand and says, do not come any closer to me. Ultimately, Travis, when he gets about 10 feet, reaches into the truck like this, and that's what causes Mr. Arbery to turn. And he runs all the way back. Travis testified, I ran to him for about 10 yards. I don't know, because my main concern is this guy's got a gun. I'm trying to avoid the whole situation from happening. So he watches him. There's 2 options here. There's watching him until the police arrive and giving directions, and there's also stopping him.
I'm seeing folks on Twitch ask whether I'm autistic. Perfectly reasonable question. I'm not. No big deal. No. Not big emotionally charged.
way. Where are the police? Where are they? They should be here by now. That's what he says to his dad. Where the heck are the police? Did you call the police? No, I don't have my cell phone on me. It's like, what? Dad. God. Dials the number, gives it, listens, gives it to him. Again, it's what they do. They call the police. And now Ahmaud is coming back for the second time. Travis felt, and it was through rehabilitation on redirect examination that we learned during his interview with Nohili, he was telling Nohili the same things. There's something not there. This gentleman's not connecting it up. Something's not right. I'm telling him to quit, stop coming at me. I see where it's going. The second time around, I see where this is going. And by the way he was acting prior to, I don't know if he had a weapon on him. An aggravated assault, by the way, is a felony that can be committed by the use of fists. The threat of the use of a dangerous object or weapon. The threat of it. The intent to use your fist to create serious bodily injury. Fists are that weapon. And right now, as Ahmaud Arbery is running toward Travis McMichael, he could have a gun, and he definitely has fists. And he's coming straight at him after being told the first time to stop and turn around and didn't do it until Travis had to reach inside his car. That has now put him on alert. The second time that Mr. Arbery comes down the street, Travis says he gets 30 to 40 feet from him. He's afraid that he will be on him in a matter of seconds. He is afraid that he will beat him with his fist or whatever weapon he might have. And he's scared. And so he's done what he thinks the law allows him to do, which is to try to de-escalate that approach by showing force. Showing force necessary to prevent
he was becoming violent to prevent violence.
Gun. And he does it to defend himself, to protect himself. They call it the 21-foot rule. So he was a little early. He was at 30 to 40. But he did it because he was afraid. And what happens is it causes a reaction from Ahmaud. He changes from the left side of the road to the right, but then he starts coming back at Travis across the road again, and then gets even closer. He starts on the left, it causes him to change, but then he comes back again. Once the gun is down, he comes back again and changes to the left side of the road, and now we see him going back over toward the right. Now, Travis, this is his truck looking down on it. Travis is here, originally in the door jamb, but he told you, as Mr. Arbery came closer, he did this, it made him change direction. Now he's coming, he's wavering on the road, and so Travis is walking away. He's backing up. He's not charging at him. He's backing up to try to create space and distance. He has this gun here, and he is literally watching him. We see his foot plant right there, and Travis is thinking to himself, please turn, please turn, please turn. That's what he told y'all. That's what he told Nohili. Please turn into this yard. Please don't come at me. I am backing up. I'm just trying to keep an eye to make sure. Please don't come at me. And as he comes around to the far side of the truck, he can't see him. He's backed up over here, but so he's stepped up over here to try to get a look at what's happening because he's afraid that Mr. Arbery is going to be down or finally go for the gun or seek cover or something. Please turn, please turn. Please go off into this yard. He never, ever, when he left his driveway that day, thought that things would end this way. Not ever. He told us I'm on the left side of my truck. I'm waiting for him to get by. He told us.
I'm going to interrupt briefly. I'm seeing a lot of the same questions come up in the chat and want to get caught up on everything. I was unbanned from Twitch Friday within hours of the end of the Rittenhouse trial with no explanation. I don't know if it's coincidence. I just genuinely don't know. But what I can tell you is that I'm really, really, really glad to be back. We were off to such a great start. And on that note, I do want to say thanks to the 35 people that just grabbed Twitch subscriptions. Very, very important to me. Also want to say thanks to Tim Light, who just signed up on my website at joinpacman.com and is new member number 36 today. Tonight, the Andrew Yang interview has been filmed and it will be published tomorrow and it will be on tomorrow's podcast. Very, very interesting conversation. Number 2, these are closing arguments from the defense in the trial over the killing of Ahmaud Arbery. We don't know exactly how long this will go, but we're covering it. Then we will go into verdict watch. And it's just not clear how long this is going to take. This may extend beyond Thanksgiving. We just don't know yet. Tonight, Kyle Rittenhouse will appear as a hero on the Tucker Carlson program for a full hour interview. I believe it's a full hour. And I am going to be covering it on tomorrow's program as well. Maybe on the stream tomorrow. We've got your voicemails. We have all sorts of different things. And let's get back. Super chats and all of it. Okay, so let's get back to it.
His head is down. He's in full charge. First shot has already happened. You can see the same movement under the truck. If you'll look here, this is the shadow. It's kind of eventually becomes kind of circular, like a stop sign.
Yeah, I don't know how you argue self-defense when they jump in a vehicle and chase Ahmaud Arbery. I just don't know.
Coming forward. Coming all the way across. He's charging with his feet. Travis is trying to brace himself. Is there any question that Ahmaud Arbery had his hands on this firearm? Any question at all? Travis in his interview told you, I was under shock, I was under stress, I don't know. If he had his hand on the gun, I think he did. I think he did. I think he had my shirt, I think he was punching me. Travis is in a state of disrepair. There is no question that Ahmaud's hands are on this gun. And the medical examiner from that stand told you that if Ahmaud Arbery is grabbing this gun and trying to pull it away, that as the gun gets pulled out of his hands and fired, it could fire right on that wrist and shoot into the chest and go across the body. Pull it straight out. No question. This is about this gun. Travis turns into Ahmaud, trying to use his entire body, pulls the end of the shotgun away from him, gets pushed across the road into the grass, and the second shot goes off. Here's the plume, and it's believed that it didn't hit Mr. Arbery. Travis, coming out of the grass now, trying to yank this gun from Mr. Arbery. Again, trying to yank it away from him. Ahmaud's hand still on it. Ahmaud's fist now raising. Is there any question that Ahmaud Arbery is assaulting Travis McMichael right before that third shot? Not one single bit of question. And that third shot goes off. And these two men end where they started, face to face, looking into each other's eyes. Never a word being spoken.
I don't believe anybody's showing the slides. That's my understanding.
Horrific and tragic that this has happened. And again, this is where the law is intertwined with heartache and tragedy. You are allowed to defend yourself. You are allowed to use force that is likely to cause death or serious bodily injury if you believe it's necessary. At that moment, Travis believed it was necessary. This is a law that is for a person in Travis's situation. And you can do it to prevent death to yourself or a third person. or to prevent the commission of a forcible felony, like aggravated assault. Aggravated assault is a felony which can occur by use of fists. Greg McMichael with a hip replacement, heart attack, stroke, sitting in the back of that truck. Travis was afraid for him.
So Greg is the dad who also participated. I guess they're making him out to be just basically a handicapped guy. Couldn't have hurt anybody.
If this was really a case about that, Travis would not have reacted the way he reacted. It was described to you by Brooke Perez. She talked about how totally freaked out he looked, how totally discombobulated he was, and she was right. The officer saying, just breathe, just breathe. Just take a minute, just breathe. Just calm down. I know, just hold on a second. It was from that spot to this spot within just an hour and a half of what had happened, where he would be brought for several hours of questioning. He was afraid. He was in shock. His adrenaline was still going through his body. You guys know how fear and worry works. You sat here through jury selection all day and probably felt that just by...
My instinct is that regardless of the verdict, these guys are not going to be lionized like Rittenhouse. You guys agree?
Even though he didn't have to, the judge will give you the law that cloaks Travis in sort of a shield of silence. You don't have to testify. You are presumed innocent. You have the right to remain silent. The state has to prove that you did that. You don't have to get up there and testify. He did it because he wanted you to understand what happened from him. He told you about the thefts and the burglaries, the totality of the facts, why he believed what he did, that he wanted to follow him, that he wanted to talk to him, that he wanted to stop him, for the police to detain him. Don't be fooled by this word arrest. You don't have to announce you're under arrest. He told you why he raised the gun, because he was afraid that he would be on him within seconds. And the gun did exactly what he hoped it would be. It deterred him. And why ultimately he shot. The state wants to criticize Travis for testifying. I thought of this example as the state was talking about bias and prejudice. Travis is a liar. He's a liar because he has everything to gain by testifying here. He's got everything to lose by testifying. We are judgmental people. He's got 2 hours to tell you what happened at the risk of all of you sitting in judgment of him and saying, I don't believe him. He's got everything to lose. But should he be labeled as so biased because the state indicted him for murder and brought this case to a trial where he has the right to testify if he wants to? Should we label him biased and motivated and a liar because he took the stand? How about I say to any of you, prove your name. Prove to me what your name is. I'm going to make up a name since we're not naming you and we're not identifying you. My name is Patricia. Okay, Patricia, prove your name is Patricia. Well, okay, my mother. I'll bring my mother into court. What are we going to say about your mother?
This is weird.
Well, of course she wants to help you prove your name is Patricia because she's your mother. She loves you. She's on your side.
Uh-oh.
See, that's how that works. Well, here's a piece of paper that says, here's a piece of mail that says my name is Patricia. Well, of course you bring that document, but where did that come from? You could have doctored that up. This kind of stuff, while credibility is for you to determine, this whole assuming that somebody is biased simply because they elect to come and tell you what happened is a game.
How is the Patricia example even analogous to that? What is this guy okay?
I wanted to show you the law about arrest and what it says, that it doesn't require you actually announcing that you are under arrest. It's doing any seizing or taking or detaining, either by touching or by any act indicating an intention. Stop where you are, stop right now, and at the last moment, he said stop and get on the ground. Even along Holmes or Burford, stop. Stop. Let me talk to you. Stop. He's trying to detain him. Travis could have not gotten in his car. Travis could have told his dad, "This, I'm not going to work today, Dad. You can't sit in the baby seat. Let's just go back inside." Travis could have watched Ahmaud run down the road. He could have done everything other than what actually happened.
Seems
he
like
could
it would
have
have
done
been
any of
smarter.
that, and wishes that he would have. But that does not mean that his actions on that day weren't rooted in the law that enabled him to go out there based on everything he knew to do what he did that day. Travis could have is another red herring. It's a flawed argument to take you off and to make you feel emotional about this case. That we would be here but for. Well, of course that's true. But then we could go back and say Travis wouldn't be here but for his grandparents making his mother and father. But for is loose. That is not what we're talking about here.
for is
We're talking
loose.
about probable cause.
Dear God.
Totality of circumstances. Actual events. But for is some loosey-goosey, illegitimate term.
Loosey
You will
goosey.
not
but
see it
for.
in the definition of probable cause.
Oh, man.
Travis told you, understanding that what he could have done differently that day would mean that Ahmaud Arbery was still alive. He told you. I know that.
Is this a rehearsal?
I know that I killed somebody. And me, him, and our families, we will never be the same. And he carries that with him every day. The murder charge, along with the felony murder charge, the intentional acts is what those are broken down to. Intentionally choosing to commit a crime that either intends to take the life of somebody or ultimately takes the life of somebody. The only time in this case where life was in danger was at the very end of Holmes, when Mr. Arbery chose to cut that turn and go all the way across the front of that truck. Every time they encounter each other on this road, 3 times in front of Roddy Bryan's house, 2 times at the end, 2 times down here. If he wanted to kill him, that's just a nonsensical argument. This was not about taking someone's life that day. Mr. Rubin mentioned to you in his opening statement about duty and responsibility. And I agree with that. Travis felt a duty and responsibility. He has felt it when he served in the Coast Guard. He's felt it to his community, and he felt it on this day, on the 23rd of February, and he felt it during this trial when he took the stand and testified. He felt it was his duty and responsibility to do that. The state, too, has a duty and responsibility. They have a responsibility to be honest with you, to incorporate all of the facts, and take on their burden. The state spent 2/3 of their opening argument saying what we were going to say. It was like 2 kids getting in trouble, and the first one that gets to the parent and says, so-and-so did something, and the parent needs to say, well, hold on a second, let's hear from the other child.
Sefa Hyde.
They have a duty to you to prove under the law that Travis, at the time he raised that gun, was not in fear. That at the time...
So my instinct so far is the judge here is way more competent than in the Rittenhouse trial.
By the way, how are the calzones?
The defense here is less competent than in the Rittenhouse trial, and the prosecution is more competent than in the Rittenhouse trial.
Every time you're walking in your neighborhood and somebody pulls up a truck next to you and says hi or hey, they've committed an aggravated assault or a false imprisonment. Where's the evidence of that? The last duty that is here is yours, and this is a very, very tough one. You all understand, and I will not belabor the lengths that we have gone to meet you, to understand who you are, to understand your background, to understand the thoughts that you have about certain things.
To know whether we want to strike you from the jury.
For several hours to arrive at the point where we felt in our hearts and our minds that you all would carry the banner of the duty and the responsibility that is yours as jurors. This courtroom is sacred. It is our last place for truth. It is where we pull it from the witnesses if we have to, and we present it to you. And we ask that you hold it dear and that you accept your duty to not erode the law as you sit here and think about what the law allows a citizen to do. It is going to take courage. It's going to take courage to set aside what you think and feel, what may be trying to penetrate you from other sources that you have tried to do your best.
Isn't it important what they think? Like, don't they need to put aside what you think?
Case that have been captured on photograph and on video that have been testified to in this courtroom. It will take courage. In every count in this case, you're going to be asked to make a decision about each person accused. Travis McMichael will have his form, Greg McMichael his, and Roddy Bryant his. And you will be given the option on every one of these charges for not guilty or guilty. The evidence that's been demonstrated to you.
There's reportedly 4 black pastors in the room and 3 white guys dressed like Colonel Sanders.
Hardship on you, consequence for these families. But I think the evidence is clear in this case. Travis had spent 9 years in the Coast Guard, search and rescue, policing the water, sometimes 200 feet offshore, going into situations that were very difficult, working with law enforcement, reaching out and extending his hand as firefighter, law enforcement officer combination. For the first time in his life, Travis is now in those waters. He is now the one who needs help. Our goal here has been to do everything we can to dive into those waters, to search for the truth, to pull it from the icy depths and to raise it to the surface. And we have done that. We have done that with Travis McMichael. We have carried him to the surface to you. And now the choice is yours. Will you do as he has done in the past to others? Will you reach out your hand and extend it to Travis McMichael and pull him out of those waters? I think if you've heard anything that I've said, there's only one decision. He is not guilty on all charges.
Millibite.
Thank you all for your attention.
Wow. Wow.
Thank you. Yeah, we can just go ahead. Yeah. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a point we're going to break for lunch. We'll break for an hour. Or just a little bit under. We're going to reconvene
How
at
was the
1:30.
KFC? Very good, huh?
Again, until all of the closing arguments have been made and you have received the final charge of the court, you are not to discuss this case amongst yourselves.
Pizza is here.
With that instruction and all of the other instructions I've given you, enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back here at 1:30.
In fact, we have Subway tomorrow. Warm food around noon.
Oh, man. All right. So going to a lunch break. We do not know this judge's preferences on food at this time, we are looking at it pretty strongly, I would say.
Obama.
Just making sure that this is the end here before we jump in.
All right, we are in recess for lunch. We will reconvene at 1:30. Thank you, buddy.
All right, and there it is. Quite a day in the trial over the killing of Ahmaud Arbery. All right, we're going to look at a bunch of different things now, and I'm so glad to have the opportunity with everybody here. I do want to say thank you as we are really trying to claw our way back into the Twitch game to the 11 additional people who just grabbed Twitch subscriptions because we are back on Twitch. We are going to do website members, Twitch, and Patreon. Let's see if that will fit. Ooh, it doesn't quite fit. Oh my God, that's horrible. Website members and Twitch. There we go. Okay, good. So we've got that. Let me see if we have everything else up and running. We do. Okay, so for everybody wondering why I'm back on Twitch despite being banned for 30 days, as I mentioned earlier, I don't know. Within an hour or so of the Rittenhouse trial ending, Twitch contacted me, even though we were only 11 days into the 30-day ban, and they said I was unbanned, which is great. I welcome that, and I'm, of course, really, really glad to be back. And I guess I've learned my lesson. I will be much more careful when it comes to showing violent elements of court exhibits, I guess is what we're going to have to do. Okay, so we are back as far as that goes. Let me get to the super chats because I've fallen embarrassingly behind. Evan says, David, sir, do you share my respect for the judge's technical food knowledge? He obviously knows how the pickles are inserted. Right. Amazing how a ton of NRA money can improve the quality of the defense. Something is trying to penetrate them? Wait, what? Yeah, it was a confusing closing statement. Do you think the jury will come to a conclusion today? No, I don't believe so. Did the defense admit to stacking the jury? Well, they all want to have jurors they believe are advantageous to them, obviously. What is a loosey-goosey butt for? Very strange language. The defendant testified Arbery was not a threat to him, yet the attorney is now claiming self-defense. Gross. It's been a mess of a trial. Sir, have you seen the U.S. has been added to an annual list of backsliding democracies for the first time? I haven't seen that. I'll look into that. David, would you consider adding Trump said they took over the airports to your soundboard? It cracks me up every time I'm reminded he said that. Yeah, we should get that.
Cephahide.
This is the Chewbacca defense. It doesn't make sense, etc., etc. Yeah, a lot of things about this trial are not making a lot of sense. I would completely agree with that. Okay, so that's that. I do want to announce we're going to be doing our next viewer town hall. It's been scheduled for December 14th at 6 p.m. Eastern time. I want to make sure you guys are aware of that. Like the last one, it will be streaming only on the second channel, the Pacman Live second channel. I've been advised that there's a really, really funny video of Tim Pool appearing on the Alex Jones program. And I guess it's crazy, like super, super cringe streamy. Let me see if I can find it here. Oh yeah, here it is. I do want to briefly take a look at it with you guys. I haven't seen this yet. Let's see.
Well, Tim Pool of Timcast, ladies and gentlemen, is here in studio with us. A surprise guest this evening.
Surprise to who? What does that even mean?
A lot of folks are coming through Austin this week. It's great to have you. I really appreciate the great show you do, and I guess you're libertarian, pro-freedom, pro-First Amendment operations, and how you've defended me when I've been censored up front.
One of the things that's really common when Alex Jones has a guest on that talks a lot is Jones starts to look visibly bored.
No one else would, so thank you so much, Tim, and congratulations on all your success. I mean, you've been successful. I've known about you for over a decade, but you're really topping the charts now, so congratulations.
Thanks. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for having me.
Well, it is great to have Tim Pool here in studio with us. Again, Tim, you got pretty excited earlier hearing about this Jeff Bezos story.
Yeah, but I do want to say one thing before we talk about this, because I heard you mentioning how I called you up and everything. Well, actually, I was mini golfing on this fine Sunday with my girlfriend, relaxing, and
Oh, is this now? Does he mention his girlfriend a lot now? Because remember, there was that thing where it sort of seemed like maybe there were elements of incel going on, where he was saying like he doesn't have a girlfriend because everybody else has a problem or something like that. Is this a thing now where he's regularly dropping that in?
Guys, tonight we had a skeleton crew. This never happens. And we just had a lot of technical problems. Is his mic working? Because
it is working. Can you hear it?
It is working. I don't hear him in my ear, but that's fine. Start over, brother. Go ahead.
So it's Sunday, and I'm chilling. I know you were like, hey, would you come on the Sunday show? And I'm like, look, it's Sunday. Very rarely get any time to do anything, and I was mini golfing with my girlfriend. But then I knew you're
second girlfriend mention
doing the show, and I was like, I really do want to see, the show being done. And then, I came over, and then I'm like, let's just do it. And so I ended up coming on.
Well, I'm glad you're here. And it was, we sometimes we have a few hiccups. We just rush somebody in. That's what's great about the way you do it with podcasting. It's a lot easier to do stuff than this big, giant, fancy studio. I may just get rid of all this and just go kind of simple like you guys are doing.
I'm saying the opposite. I'm like, man, wow. We're down here in Austin doing a variety of shows.
What are all these papers? What are all these papers on Alex Jones' desk?
There's a ton of people down in Austin who are good, commentators and the like that we want to have on the show. So I remember when I had you on my show the first time, you asked me to come on, and I had this reaction where I was like, I don't know. People were saying it was because I wouldn't go on your show because it's you or something. The reality is we couldn't travel. But we built an RV. We got an RV, and then our CTO was able to put together a mobile recording studio. So now I can come to Austin. We're going to do trips. We're going to go. Like, we needed to find a way to actually travel and do more than just one place. But
Alex Jones looks so bored already.
Looking at what we got, and it's like we got these little handy cams mounted to the wall, and you got this massive operation. And I'm saying the opposite. I'm like, man, I got to build a studio. This is
This Bezos thing, it's up on Infowars.com. Amazon's Bezos predicts only limited number of people will get to remain on Earth. It's going to be a park only for the elites, basically, and then we're all going to have to live in space. I mean, any way you slice it, this just gets more and more authoritarian.
Well, so I was listening, and I'm hanging out with my girlfriend. I was like, I disagree.
Oh man, third mention of his girlfriend. Is there something weird about that? Like, I haven't watched this yet, but the first time he mentioned my girlfriend, there was a weird tinge to it. We are 2 minutes and 48 seconds in. He's mentioned the girlfriend 3 times. Hold on. Who were you hanging out with again?
Agree with him on that one. Because I'll look at this quote. It says, millions of people will move from Earth to space over time. And that's the vision of Blue Origin, millions of people working in space. So my question is, when you say it sounds like this nefarious plot to like evict people from Earth, but I'm wondering if what he's really saying is that people will choose to leave and eventually no one wants to be here. So it'll just be like a historical monument or something.
How was it relevant that he was hanging out with his girlfriend when he read this article? Like, how is that even related to what?
You read the full transcript and actually watch what he said. He says to protect the Earth, it's beautiful. Not everyone just gets to be here. We're not going to just let people mess it up. He's saying he's going to make you go to space. And then if you know everything else the globalists are doing, it's already in that whole direction. But you're right. If you read that solely on your own and didn't know the background of them, you would not understand that it's basically the Great Reset.
Now notice that Alex Jones just told Tim Pool he doesn't know what he's talking about, but he did it in a way that's,
No, I agree with you. I'm just playing,
No, it's good. That's why I like to have you on. Because I can't get mainline liberals on, just like you can't get them on your
does he think Tim Pool is liberal?
Show when I'm there, and I wouldn't call you a liberal, just kind of a classic American pro-freedom guy. You've tried to get liberals on, so I like people challenging me.
It's crazy, too. I was having a conversation with someone about...
What do you mean he's tried? Didn't Varsh go on? Didn't Stephen Kenneth go on?
My political positioning. And it's crazy that if you are for the truth, if you are Russiagate, complete and utter garbage. And if you from the beginning said it was, and I didn't, you're right wing. And then eventually when I came around, now I'm right wing.
Well, he voted for Trump.
Even the way I was treated by Google was as a left wing commentator.
So in
Wow.
other words, it sounds like he's saying others identified he was right wing, even when he's still alleged to be left wing. But he's like, and eventually I did come around. So it seems like those people were right.
I would read the news about Russiagate. I'd say, oh, well, the New York Times is saying this is really interesting. Let's give the investigation a chance. Now that it's all bunk and we know it's bunk and I say it's bunk and here's the evidence, now they're like, that's right wing. Kyle Rittenhouse is a really good example. From the beginning, I had witnesses on my show. We had 5 different witnesses, journalists with video
Anybody know what he's talking about?
footage giving us their account, and I said self-defense. But the narrative from the left was always that a white supremacist traveled across state lines with a gun. Simply by being for the truth, you're right wing or something. So when it comes to like actual politics, I'm probably left libertarian. But there's a big difference between the mainstream progressive left libertarians. They're really far left. I'm not that far left.
Alex Jones is so bored. He's not even paying attention.
But they also just don't believe in the truth. That's it. And they play dirty games. They don't have integrity. The Green New Deal. You know, when the Green New Deal comes out, I was actually excited. Like, hey, look, a government infrastructure project to make energy independence in America and develop new technologies. We're working on fusion. Nuclear energy is great. And then what was the Green New Deal? Social equity, social justice, free college, free healthcare, and it's
windmills that don't really work.
It's just lying. It's just lying. So I can sit here and be like, I believe
Alex
in
Jones.
decentralized networks. I believe, we're working on building. We have a nonprofit we've started recently where we're building technology to give away for free. It's a very like left libertarian perspective, but we'll all, like me, Ian, the rest of the crew will be called right wing simply for telling the truth.
Absolutely. Where do you see not just America but the world going? Because you had they called it a rant, but it really wasn't, on your show just a few days ago, where now it's coming out that the New York Times, not only are they rating journalists now and going after their sources, which is totally illegal and dangerous, but now they're actually leaking the information to the press.
So I would say a reasonable person would conclude if Project Veritas, James O'Keefe and his staff, his journalists get raided by the FBI, and within like an hour, I think the New York Times was calling them saying, what happened? There is either a snitch, or at that point, you could be like someone in the FBI tipped off the New York Times seems to be more likely considering the speed. Then we get Project Veritas's devices seized from James O'Keefe himself. They're going through his devices. We know they are because a court ruled they had to stop. Then those documents get leaked to the New York Times. So I try to be careful. When I had this rant, we're in the middle of the show. And, Luke's on the show and he says, hey, we're getting word that the FBI is leaking Project Veritas's privileged legal communications to the New York Times. And so I pulled up the tweets from trusted sources. And right off the bat, I assumed it was definitive. And so
This is like just fodder for like conspiracists. I don't even, it's just the entire language that's used to describe everything.
I'll be a little bit more careful and say it appears to be beyond a reasonable doubt the FBI did this. I just snapped. When you have the federal government raiding a news organization, a journalistic enterprise, a nonprofit no less, and then giving privileged communications to a company that they're suing, they're in a lawsuit.
All right, let's like skip ahead to some other random moment. We'll watch like one more minute.
We do have the main risk of YouTube being a large source of where we present our show and everything. And then we started timcast.com to do members only segments. That's the show where, we did our 2-hour show with Steve Bannon. We talked about a lot of things. We didn't talk about election stuff because that's where YouTube will outright ban you. So as soon as we start the members only show, I literally said, did Donald Trump win the election? Let's talk about voter fraud. And this is the challenge for us. I mean, I may be getting a lot of views now. We may be growing, but they're not going to let me get that big. They're gonna figure out a way to shadow ban, to curtail. They've been doing it. Notifications don't go off for our show. So we've been trying to diversify, build culture, set up a website.
As far as I know, YouTube turned off live notifications. Like everybody in my audience on YouTube stopped getting the live notification emails. And when I asked our YouTube rep about it, he was like, yeah, YouTube got rid of that feature. But I guess I should be ranting about it. It seems there's clicks to be had by ranting about it.
I'll say this: our key demo, we MSNBC, CNN ain't got nothing on us. Our key demographic, like 90% of the viewers we get are young people. They're millennials. They're like 18 to 35.
Sure, and I knew that, but I'm saying it's also cool that like you've got.
Absolutely. I'm not discounting that at all. I'm just saying,
man, what a boring. It's like the conversation is not really going anywhere. It's very, very strange. All right, so there was that. Just all kind of strange. Okay, let me. Oh, we've got to ban people. Just as a reminder, we are back on Twitch, but if you come in here and just start putting "Let's Go Brandon" in all caps, you do get insta-banned. That applies on Twitch and it applies on YouTube. It's just annoying. It's just a distraction. We don't like it. We're not going to do it. Okay, so you're going to get banned. One user just got actually banned. What I should look at is whether there are unban requests on Twitch, because we've been banned for so long. I do want to take a look at that real quick. There might not be because you can't. Oh, there are. Okay, hold on a second. Let's take a look at some unban requests. Let's see. User Zoltand said Biden only lies when he can actually speak. Biden has dementia. They were banned. And then their unban request is so much for free speech. That's a permaban. It's not really an argument. Let's Go Brandon. And they said, sorry, I was just memeing. Okay, I will unban, assuming that you were joking and you didn't realize that, but you'll be banned again. Major Lee Based came in and said, dumps in Biden's pants. Okay, yeah, I'll unban this one. User Bylerman came in and said, wonder what Brandon thinks about this case. Free Kyle. Liberals make me sick. They say they're just joking around. All right, I guess I'll unban. I mean, I don't know. Maybe some people were confused. All right, and here's one other. This one I don't even. All right, these unbans are. I'm actually unbanning people pretty quickly. We're freeing a lot of these people. Some of them seem to have been caught up in the emotion of the Rittenhouse trial and did not seem to be deliberately trolling. So I'm being sort of nice today to some degree. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we got that. Let me get back to some super chats. Come on, David. We've all been young and in love. Oh, wait, Tim Pool is in his 30s. By the way, my girlfriend and I sleep in the same bed. Yeah, thanks for mentioning that. David, all those papers on the desk are the 11,780 votes that Trump needed. Let me see if I have that. No, I don't. I don't have that. Alex looks like he can only hear his own heartbeat. Happy Thanksgiving week. I'm spending mine with my girlfriend. Thanks for letting me know. What are the documents on the Alex Jones desk? What are the chances the Kenosha, Wisconsin parade attack and Rittenhouse verdict are connected? So what I've heard about the Wisconsin parade attack, where someone drove through a crowd with a car, what I read was that it was someone escaping after some kind of a knife attack. And I don't know if the driver was the perpetrator or the victim. That's the first thing I heard. But I don't know. I don't know that we know that for sure yet. Yeah, there's no evidence that it's connected. Exactly. No evidence that's been connected. I do want to say thank you to the 10 additional people that just grabbed Twitch Prime subscriptions, putting us at 57. I did want to work with you guys to create a new coupon code on the website. Now that the trial is over, I think we're sort of done with uncharged pickles.
Let's take a break. Lunch is here.
Yeah. So I want to create a new coupon code with you guys. Any ideas what it should be? Hot food. Yeah, I don't know about that. Let me see here. Coupons. We're going to create a new coupon. Oh, we haven't done Obama for, yeah, let's do Obama. I like that idea. That's a new one. Let's do add new. Let's see who, first person to use this gets a free item from my online store. Obama. Let's make it a healthy discount. Let's make it a healthy discount. And here we go. I am about to press the button. The new coupon code is going to be Obama. Very important code.
Obama.
Obama. And here we go. Tim Pool's girlfriend would be an interesting one too, yeah. Okay, new coupon code is Obama. Let's say to save bigly. There we go. Or maybe just to save massive. There we go. All right, good. First person to use that code does get a free item from my website. Let me get into a few voicemails. We are so behind. We had managed to work our voicemails down to 260 unlistened to voicemails. It's back up to close to 600. Let's just listen to a few of these, okay?
Oh, David, Bitcoin is crashing again. Are you going to do a show on Bitcoin going down like you do a show on Bitcoin going up? David, are you? Because Bitcoin, I mean, bitty bitty Bitcoin, bitty bitty bim bum, a bitty 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 bum, a bitty 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 bum.
Is it anti-Semitic to start doing a song from Fiddler on the Roof and using this voice? Would we consider this anti-Semitic? It's very embarrassing, but is it anti-Semitic, I guess is the question. Twitch believes it is. YouTube does not think it's YouTube also thinks it's anti. YouTube is less sure. Twitch is pretty confident that that's anti-Semitic, whereas YouTube is sort of mixed. Okay, let's hear from Whitney. Let's see if she had a good weekend.
Hi, Pac-Man. It's Whitney. I woke up this morning. I saw like charges made to my card from your account. I tried to like donate you money, and apparently like the card didn't go through because there were like charges to my account.
Man, I don't know what Whitney's talking about. I just don't know. Eric from, I think this is Eric from Mass.
Hey Dave, how's it going? My name is Tyler Adolfo.
Oh, it's not. This is a different person. Okay.
I'm a Republican. I'm also a big fan of your show. And let's get right to the point. I am extremely worried about 2022. And I would say for a lot of the same reasons that you probably are. So to start off with, I'm a Republican. I share a lot of the same views as Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren.
Then why are you a Republican? Doesn't really make sense.
That's very confusing. That's a discussion for another time. But I feel like
it's kind of the key thing, actually.
Agree a lot with
Republican likes Bernie and Warren and is worried like me about 2022. Doesn't sound like much of a Republican.
That the country's kind of like headed in this direction, and I don't want to use like divisive terminology like left, right? Because me personally, I like to decide things on more of an issue by issue basis, which I guess is contradictory. I started off by saying I'm a Republican, but not in like the divisive kind of rhetoric that you see, the former occupant of the White House use. I'm a Republican in the sense that I believe that the government should be involved in certain things, like that Constitution is very specific about, that government should not be telling women what to do with their bodies and so
Okay, so on that issue, you agree with the left.
forth. Also someone that believes that government has an obligation to promote the general welfare of the public.
Okay, so you're with the left on that.
And I'll use one last element of what I agree with on that, but my big concern is that this new movement that's been created within the Republican Party is extremely dangerous. But it's not just unique to the right wing. So the big issue that I have when I try to talk about it from the other side is I get it. One side is absolutely out of its mind. The right believes, not all of them, but many in that party are literally making the argument that, Democrats eat babies.
Okay. So he's a Republican, agrees with Bernie and Warren, doesn't believe the government should have a say in abortion, believes the government should be providing a basic level of welfare, thinks the right is unhinged with some of their bullet points. In what way are you a Republican?
Not like most, but it's a significant amount, significant enough to where it's part of a dialogue. And it's scary because how do you reason with somebody who thinks that Democrats eat babies? And this was an argument I actually saw articulated by Bill Maher the other day, and that was the inspiration for why I'm calling in. And I'm not someone who agrees with Bill Maher on a lot of things.
All right. We're going to move on. It's very, very interesting. Let's see. Here is Eric from Mass.
Hey, David. It's Eric from Mass. I don't think I've ever asked you this, but kind of important. And let's say you don't fully hate America. Why do you hate about 65% of America? Just wondering if you could address that.
Oh, it's not 65%. I think probably. I mean, listen, I go with the Seinfeld perspective that probably 4 to 6% of people are like dateable, I would say. I think it's not that I hate 65% of America, but I do believe that there is a Pareto, there's a Pareto distribution of incompetence, which would sort of put 80% of the country as incompetent, actually. It's not even 65, Eric. But I don't hate him.
Hi, David. So I saw the results of the Kyle
Rittenberg
trial.
Okay, all right. Well, it's Rittenberg. Come on, guys. Come on, please. Okay, I think we do have something from Troy York as well. Or maybe not. No, I guess I don't have anything from Troy York right now. Okay, we'll get back to that. I do want to say thank you to Obamna, the first person to sign up today using the coupon code Obamna. And new member number 58. If you're just joining us, we have a new coupon code right above my head. It is Obamna. The Rittenhouse trial is over, so the coupon code Uncharged Pickles is done. Thanks to being the first person to use the code Obamna, which, if that's not a real person, I don't know. Obamna has won a free item from the David Pakman Show store. You got to email info@davidpakman.com to take advantage of it, but you know, we'll have to figure that out. I also want to say thanks to Kevin Gouldy and Amy Heidel, who have signed up using the code Obamna on my website, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. Also, over on Twitch, I want to say thank you to Sib Jenke for signing up via Twitch Prime. We are out of Twitch jail, and you are a new member number 61 today. Okay, good. Let's go over a couple other things while we have a moment. We're standing by here. They are on lunch here at the trial over the killing of Ahmaud Arbery. They're about to turn this over to the jury. If you've been watching, it's going to be very, very soon. They're just having lunch right now.
Warm food around noon.
Exactly. So we have a few minutes to look at a couple things. There's another really great clip of another Fox News host being confronted over the vaccine. Oh, wait, this isn't it. Hold on, that's not it. This is something else. Here it is. Okay, check this out. Pete Hegseth is one of these Fox News clowns, and he's been going crazy attacking the Biden vaccine mandate. Of course, Fox News has an even stricter one. He was confronted on it by Aidan McLaughlin from Mediaite. He just started attacking Aidan. Take a look at this.
There was a vaccine or test requirement at the Patriot Awards, which is very similar to the policy at Fox News. Do you have an issue with Fox News having a policy like that, which is effectively the same as Biden's vaccine mandate for big businesses?
You're not mandated to get the vaccine because you can get a test. I'm not in charge of it.
Just like with how Joe Biden, remember, it's the same thing with Biden. The same thing.
I don't make the calls, but either you have the option to get a test, so it's not actually a complete vaccine mandate.
Just like with Joe Biden. Yep, go on.
And that's fine. I mean, it's not my call. So I'm grateful for the people that provide us this opportunity, and the show went off without a hitch.
Right, but it's just that, you know, Joe Biden's vaccine mandate for big businesses has been the subject of criticism. And that's even less stringent than the one at Fox News, right? It requires weekly testing as opposed to daily testing. So I'm curious as to why you have an issue with the Joe Biden vaccine mandate, but no problem with the one at Fox News.
What do you want me to say?
Well, maybe answer the question and explain why you're a hypocrite clown, right? I mean, what do you mean? What do you want me to say? It's an interview. You know how media works, right, Pete? You're interviewed.
I mean, ultimately, companies have prerogatives. What the government shouldn't be doing is telling them what to do. The government shouldn't be telling them what to do. Every company has its own policies, and I'm beyond grateful for the opportunity to work at the Fox News Channel. And it does things that no other organization does, including your organization.
That's true. Fox is definitely doing things that no other new media organization does. That's absolutely true.
Mediaite, which is part of the trash heap of left-wing media that does the same thing everyone else does. That's why we're number one. I mean, I can't even imagine what the clicks are on your site.
So this is what's called ad hominem. Now he's just attacking the interviewer.
Is it like 15 people a day, like only journalists in New York
16.
City that click on 16? Good. They're the only people that read Mediaite. The actual people
Pete?
read the Fox News channel. So you guys want to nitpick and do your thing, that's cool. But I could not be more grateful for the Fox News channel.
Anybody understanding the explanation there? I guess ultimately it's fine if a business does it, but it's not okay if the government requests it or puts it in place, I guess. I don't know. It's all very, very weird. I want to say thank you to Margaret. Oh, there is no way I'm going to be able to pronounce this. Margaret Zent-Georgi. Is that, I hope, Margaret, that's okay. Margaret Zent-Georgi has just signed up on my website with the coupon code OBAMNA.
Obama.
And is new member number 62 today. Thank you so much, Margaret. We're going to have a clip out later on this very strange interview. Actually, it's even funnier. So Donald Trump was interviewed by Mark Levin about his book. Now, it's literally a picture book. Okay, Trump wrote a book, but it's just a picture book. Look at this. Okay, here's one of the pictures in the book, and look at the caption. Attempting to listen to crazy Nancy Pelosi in the Oval Office, such natural disagreement. It's literally a picture book. This is the staged Situation Room picture that we now know was totally fake and phony. So this book that he wrote, it's literally a picture book. He was interviewed by Mark Levin last night about the book. And the interview is crazy. Here he talks about gas prices.
Gasoline was $1.87. That was a year ago.
Now, that's not true. A year ago, gasoline was $2.20. So that's lie number one.
And now it's, I guess, just hit $7.50 in California.
Now, in California, maybe there's a place where super premium is $7.50. I don't know. But Trump said gas was $1.87 a year ago. It was $2.20. It's now $3.38 nationally. So you can't compare gas nationally to gas in California, right? Gas is $3.38 right now. And gas is $4.70 in California. It's not $7.50. So I guess that's 3 lies in 12 seconds. Is that about right? 3 lies in 12 seconds. Here's Trump talking about how it was beautiful when he was president.
We weren't leaving $85 billion behind. We weren't leaving 10 cents behind. I said every bolt, every screw, every nail comes out. And all of these things, it was a beautiful period. I was under assault, like no president has ever been, I assume. I don't think any president has ever been under assault like this.
I don't even know what I'm doing, sir.
And one thing after another, phony impeachments. I call it the impeachment hoax number 1, the impeachment hoax number 2.
I thought he was under paprika, not under salt.
The Mueller thing, although it worked out good, but it took 2.5 years, and it made it very difficult to deal with certain countries, in particular Russia. We could have done some great things with Russia. Very good for our country, also good for Russia.
Supposedly Old Bay seasoning has him under a barrel. Okay, then he talks about the whole Kim Jong-un thing.
Up in a war, that's the biggest problem we had. So I became, we did very well with Kim Jong-un. And we liked each other. Isn't that a terrible thing to say? We liked each other. I'll get criticized. Oh, he likes Kim Jong-un. Well.
And what happened, if you watched the election, I was called by the biggest people, big, massive dumps.
That's what we have. And I did. I got along with him great. He got along with me great. After a very rough start, If you remember Little Rocket Man.
Remember when he said they wrote each other love letters and that they fell in love? Trump's still calling it the Spanish flu of 1917 and still wrongly saying that it ended World War I. Let's see if we can count the lies here.
All over the world.
Let me see.
So in 1917, as you know, we had...
Okay, there's lie number one. Okay, it was 1918, not 1917. That's lie number one.
Spanish flu, it was called. And it possibly killed as many as 100 million people. You know, I don't know if you read the history of the Spanish flu, but you probably, I think you read about everything, come to think of it. But it probably was a thing that was most responsible for ending World War I.
Now, that's a lie. The Spanish flu did not end World War I. Also, when Trump says 100 million people killed, the estimates are 17 to 50 million, with a sort of outside estimate maybe of 100 million. It's not a lie. It's not the conventionally accepted number.
Because all the soldiers were sick, and many were dying. The Spanish flu was devastating. And they say up to 100 million people died. And it probably did end World War I, but 100 million people. I think this would have been similar without the vaccine.
Now, what's funny is, if you want to talk about the United States, the belief is that 675,000 people died of the Spanish flu in the U.S. And we're already at 800,000 from COVID. So when Trump says it could have been worse, it is worse. It is worse because the number in the U.S. is higher. You know, whether it's 50 or 100 million, okay. Then Trump says the country's not living up to the Constitution.
Well, number one, I love our country, and our country is based on the Constitution. And, you know, our country is not living up to the Constitution right now with the kind of things you see. It's they're trying to subvert it.
Now, I would like, and I have a longer commentary on this that we're going to publish later. First of all, Mark Levin should be saying, sir, why did you write a picture book?
Sir, your wife is up in the air.
Right? Like that would be question number one if this was a real interview. But the second question would be, what element of the Constitution or the Bill of Rights is being subverted right now? Like actually ask what it is. He would probably say freedom of the press because he mentions it, but he wouldn't really be able to defend it.
And more so now than anybody would ever believe. Bernie Sanders is saying, I can't believe they're doing this. This is far more than what they're doing to our country is perhaps, you know, they talk socialism. This is communism in so many ways.
What is communism would be a great question here.
There's no freedom of the press.
There is freedom of the press.
Is totally corrupt. The press and them are the same. There's no freedom of the press. That's how communism started.
It's funny how he says the press and the government are the same. When did that start? Because wouldn't that have been the same? Not much has changed with the media since he left office. It's all very, very confused. Trump says he did a great job with COVID.
But I built him a hospital. I sent in the hospital ship. I built hospitals in Louisiana. I built hospitals all over. Portable hospitals, thousands of beds. We did a phenomenal job, except when it came to public relations, because no matter what we did, the press would not cover it fairly. So we did a fantastic job. The one thing but I built...
All right. Jimmy Carter's happy because he's no longer the worst president. That's unironic. That's like, he's not being ironic, but there's a way in which it's actually funny.
And the good news is Jimmy Carter's a very happy man because he's no longer going down as the worst president in history.
Now you could say thanks to Donald, right? But of course that's not what he means, but it's still pretty funny. And here he is being interviewed about his picture book. Check this out.
Yeah.
At a meeting filled with individuals. What was that all about?
Well, I have a number of pictures, and I have a picture of Nancy Pelosi.
Guys, the book has a number of pictures, okay?
I have a picture of Merkel of Germany, who I got along with very well. That was a pointer also. We have a lot of pointers. You know, there are a lot of people pointing. But with Pelosi... Yeah.
Isn't that great? And then lastly, here's just a really confused comment about gas prices. This is maybe my favorite moment from the interview.
I don't think people see it that way. They knew that they got gasoline for X dollars a tank, and now they can multiply it times 4, and they're saying, what's happened?
X dollars per tank. Okay, hold on. I'm going back to algebra. X per tank, all multiplied times 4. Do I need a protractor or one of those TI-83s for that? I don't know. Okay, so that's that. I want to see the SNL Judge cold open. People are telling me about that. Where was it? Where can I find that? Anybody know where I can find that? The cold open with someone playing the judge. Judge Janine. Is this the one? It's this one? Oh, okay. All right, let's check it out. Unavailable. There's copyright. Unavailable. Oh, that's too bad. Oh, here we go. Okay, hold on. Let's get it properly going here.
Good evening. I'm Judge Janine Pirro, and if anyone watching is wearing a hearing aid, sorry, you're dead now. Our top story, Kyle Rittenhouse was acquitted of all charges. That lovable scamp was put through a nightmare of a trial just for doing the bravest thing any American can do, protecting an empty used car lot in someone else's town. Now on to our first guest. He's as impartial as a dance mom, clapping harder than anyone. Please welcome Judge Bruce Schroeder.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with a fellow judge.
Oh, well, thank you for acknowledging my expertise. You may remember that I was in charge of investigating Robert Durst for murder back in '83. Well, folks, 30 years and one additional murder later, we got him. Now, if I may say, judge to judge, what turned me on
This isn't great so far.
the most was how you ruled that courtroom with an iron fist. Tell us how you did it.
Well, it was all standard procedure. That's why I ordered that the prosecution not use the word victims. They were rioters, and they weren't shot. They were gadoinked. But that did not give my client an unfair advantage in any way.
You said my client. Do you mean the defendant?
Oh, yeah, sure. Hey, keep doing that.
Well, you do you.
Okay, that's a little funny, but it's pretty cringy.
Judge, you do you. Thanks for coming. Predictably, the loony liberal outrage machine's in overdrive. And you know how much we love liberal tears around here. So I decided to invite 2 of them here tonight.
Oof, I don't know about this. Yeah, I don't know. I guess the Trump impersonator comes in at one point. Let's see if that's any better.
This people's sexiest man alive, President Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much, Jenny. It's wonderful to be
This guy actually is funny. This guy is very good.
I know you have a lot of thoughts on the infrastructure bill, so if it's okay, I'm just gonna let you riff while I sit here and get absolutely rock hard.
Well, you know, I'm glad you brought up that terrible bill because the truth is nobody did more for infrastructure than me. And meeple are saying, and you know what? Meeple, of course, are people who are me. They're saying I built it back even, you know what? I think even a little bit better because I did wall, okay? Big, beautiful wall. But it's not just
This
wall.
guy is good. This is actually very good.
Because when you put wall down through a grassy field, okay, frankly, that's road. And if you take wall and lay it across a river, frankly, Jeannie, we're doing bridge.
Wow, I am edging.
You know what? Can I get 60 seconds on the clock, please? Because this bill is, you know what? Sleepy Joe Biden is such a disaster. We're coming back. We're coming back in 2024. We're doing the reboot, okay? Everyone loves reboots. People loved it before. They're going to like it again, okay? Just like iCarly. Just like iCarly. But not all reboots are good, okay? Joe Biden tried to reboot Obama, and it flopped, okay? It flopped really bad, just like the female Ghostbusters. And speaking of girl, okay, why did they reboot Gossip Girl? Why the hell? You simply can't match. You cannot match the electricity of Chuck Bass and Blair Waldorf. You know, there were times when Blair was a bad friend to Serena, and sometimes, you know what? This was true. Sometimes Serena was the bad friend of Blair.
I hope this never ends.
Can I get 60 more seconds? And you know what? Why don't we try a word search this time? Can we make it word search? I'd love it if it was word search. And you know what? I was treated very unfairly by Chris Christie. He was very nasty, and he said very nasty things about me on Bill Maher. And you know what, poor Chris? I mean, we love him. He's a wonderful person, but you know what? We don't like him very much. I think we hate him. And you know what? Poor Chris wasn't even the main interview. He had to sit on the panel with all the other dopes and watch Bill do the new rules. And you know what? Speaking of new rules, Dua Lipa is one of our best singers. And frankly, in terms of singer, you can't do better than Dua Lipa. But you know what? Her husband, who is not very attractive, you know what? It's terrible what they're doing with Dua Lipa's husband not being attractive. We have to do something about it. She's tall. She's Albanian, which is basically white. And you know who else is white? Bob the Builder, build the wall, Trump 2024.
Wow, we found all the words, and that's bingo, baby. I'm live from New York. It's
Oh man, that's really pretty good. I like that. That's good. That guy's good. I guess the actor's only like 30 or something, which is extra funny, if you can believe that. All right, welcome everybody. I'm so glad that you're here. We are live on YouTube. We are live on Facebook, and we are live on Twitch, where I have been unbanned, and we are extremely powerfully back. I want to say thanks to everybody who has been re-upping their Twitch Prime subscriptions. Please make sure to check while we were suspended if your membership, your sub was scheduled to renew. It did not. And you have to do it manually. So that's a very, very important thing. Okay, let me get to some other super chats. Premium is close to $4 a gallon in Seattle. All right. I guess that's the only new super chat. Okay, very good. Let's get to some other voicemails. Oh, and by the way, if you're just joining us, we have a new coupon code, and the code is OBAMNA.
Obama.
And it must be spelled correctly at joinpacman.com. Everybody who signs up there gets a thank you from me. Or someone else. I guess someone else could thank you. I don't know. Okay, let's get to some voicemails. Here is one hot off the presses from Whitney.
Okay. So, in my defense,
It sounds like the stream is playing in the background.
I do feel like Trump should have somebody who helps him with stuff like the facts. Like, when it comes to people who, like, didn't grow up with, like...
Yeah, I just heard myself saying Spanish flu in the background. Here's another one from Whitney.
So, like, with my family, like, after the Holocaust, like, there was, like, a certain amount of funds, you know, that were, you know, my family's responsibility to receive.
What?
And then, you know, because of politics and because things weren't going their way, you know, they had to put a fair, substantial amount of money into politics to turn the world into something else.
Cheers. Okay. A couple from Jimmy from Philly.
David, Jimmy from Philly, wait. Destiny has you by the balls, pal. You can't even explain your way out of it. Do you know how stupid you sound here? Oh my God, debate the hard bastard.
Whoa, very, very aggressive from Jimmy from Philly, calling right back in with another devastating shot of... these are body shots.
David, Jimmy from Philly, wait. I am astounded. You have admitted that you were wrong.
By the way, there seem to be a lot of people over on the destiny.gg subreddit element who think that when I said in the middle of the quote debate, you know what, Stephen? I think you're right. You convinced me. There's people who thought I was being serious when I said that, which really makes me concerned that I am not communicating effectively because it could not have been more obvious satire. Let's continue.
I mean, this is a moment that will live in infamy. Are you kidding me? Just admit you've been wrong your entire life. That would be better, but this is a start.
Mm-hmm. Okay. One other thing that you guys might find funny, and if you don't find funny, we'll get away from this. Jimmy called into some kind of drug show, and he sent it to me. Here he is talking to a drug guy.
Thanks again for the content, man. Keep it up.
Cheers, mate. It's my pleasure. So, let's see. We've got Jimmy from Philly. Let's bring you up. Invite to speak. Are you there, Jimmy?
How you doing?
I'm doing all right, Jimmy. How are you?
I'm doing excellent, man.
Good. I'm glad to hear it, mate.
So, I've been doing 200 to 400 micrograms of LSD for the last 2.5 years every Saturday night.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Even the drug guy is shocked by what Jimmy is doing.
That would be heavy use, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. But I don't know that. I know a lot of people say that it teaches them something about themselves, and I don't know that I would say that, but two things I can definitely say. I'm much happier and I'm way more creative. There's no doubt about it. The creativity's through the roof. I like to make people laugh. And I always wanted to start a YouTube channel, right? But you know, I was just like, what am I going to talk about? I mean, now you can't shut me up, but and I was going through all this bullshit. And then one day on a trip, I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Just do it. And I did it. I just did it. And I don't know technology. I'm a boomer. I'm like 58. Like Discord's driving me crazy trying to get a hold of you, you know. But I'm doing it, you know. And I'm tickled pink, and I'm really, really happy about this shit. And LSD definitely had something to do with it. I mean, there's no doubt about it. It's just no doubt.
Yeah, man, I would agree, especially on the creativity part. I think that's a kind of a universal thing that comes out of
Is this guy Scottish? Is that the accent here?
These things is that they stimulate creativity. I think they stimulate a desire to connect. With
Irish? Is this guy Irish?
With other people and share things like experience, share stories and share.
Is this guy British?
Share, like say creativity.
And you know, I seem to be, how can I put this? More solution oriented. Like before, I would focus on the problem, bitch about it, wish it wasn't there, and now I'm like, okay, problem, what's the solution? You know what I mean? Like boom. Like,
this is a Texas accent. Okay, thanks.
Now, maybe that sounds crazy to some people, but you know, like I had some things going on, and the LSD seems to have helped me form a bridge of some kind. That's the best way I can put it. I can't really articulate it that well, but it seems to have. It's hard to explain.
Yeah, I think it's like what we were talking about with the previous call. It's this kind of spotlight. I think it really does kind of zero in on what's going on with you, and so like as you described it, a kind of a problem, and so it's okay. Well, I've got this. What am I going to do about it?
Okay, very good. So Jimmy there, very, very strongly calling into a drug show of some kind, which it's fascinating. I don't know what else to say. I want to say thank you to some great people, Vaderette77, Rider Prime, and Book Loving Mom, who just re-upped their Twitch subscriptions, putting us at 65. We are back on Twitch. We were at about 1,000 Twitch subs when we were banhammered, and we've worked our way back up to 850. Really appreciate everybody. We're moments from the resumption of the closing statements in the trial over the death of Ahmaud Arbery. Once we return, I'm going to be briefly stepping away. I've got another couple calls and have to do a little work on tomorrow's program, but we are going to continue with the closing statements. Unclear whether the jury will get the trial today, or whether they will get it in some subsequent day. But that it remains to be seen. Oh, wait a second. What is this? I just think I got some interesting news here. Oh, a friend's having a baby. I was supposed to see him. All right. Wow. All right, so I'm not going to see him. Got it. Very good. Okay. All right, so we got that. Let's get to a couple of other Let's a couple of other voicemails before we get back here.
David, please, I beg of you, stop consuming cappuccinos in the afternoon or in the evening. Cappuccinos are traditionally and classically meant to be consumed in the morning.
That is true.
Breakfast.
When I'm in Italy, that's what I do. In the US, I will have an afternoon cappuccino sometimes.
Okay? Your consumption of cappuccinos at any other point of the day that's not the morning is in direct violation of international law and of many different HIPAA laws. Okay, so please stop consuming cappuccinos at any other time that's not the morning. Okay? Please. I beg of you.
Wow. Very, very aggressive there, huh?
Yeah, David, the problem with this country isn't people like you coming over from Mexico or whatever.
Yeah.
And this is
Argentina.
Coming from a true Native American, because I was born in Dallas, Texas, in 1973. I am a Native American. People like you don't think that I'm a Native American because my ancestors were born somewhere and came here, but I was born here in America, so that makes me a Native American. But getting back to my point, the problem with this country is sodomites like yourself who continue to believe that your anus is a sex organ.
We're going to get away from that. That is not a view that I endorse. And that's really, really bad. Very hateful and disgusting.
Hey, David. Hey, this is Steven from Wisconsin. Yeah, I just heard you listen to a voicemail a little earlier. It was about the guy who was a Republican, but he held some of the same beliefs as Bernie and Elizabeth Warren, and you were confused about that. You thought it didn't make much sense. So I just wanted to call. I don't really think that's confusing at all because I'm actually a Bernie bro Republican myself. So I figured I could call in, maybe open your eyes a little bit, clear it up.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I'm a registered Republican. I voted for Bernie. I liked his ideas about wealth distribution, increasing the taxes on the wealthy. I actually think that a lot of what Marx was saying makes a lot of sense too. I read the Communist Manifesto almost daily. I keep it on my nightstand actually. Overall, I think that
Is that believable? Like, even if, like, why would you read the Communist Manifesto daily? Like, why is it necessary to read it daily?
Chairman Mao, Stalin, those, they were just more or less.
All right, so it's obviously a joke, but it's pretty funny. All right, let's see what else we've got here.
So about like Republicans decriminalizing marijuana, like I thought about making it illegal again, just because I don't know, the transgender surgeries and just not really feeling like people are taking life seriously enough. And then I went into thinking about it more. Like it should be legalized for pain, and then I went into thinking about like how that could impact people, just based on like their.
Oh boy, it's all getting pretty crazy. Let me dip in a little bit further. I actually am glad to have this opportunity because we've just been unable to catch up on so many of these.
David, it is Blake from Portland again. I am just wondering why in the world this judge is just itching to get out of this.
Yeah, a lot of the unlistened to voicemails are about the Rittenhouse trial, and it's over. So I don't want to just be focused only on that.
Pac-Man, what up, what up, what up? Yeah, sorry about the noisy background.
This is the San Antonio troll.
My kid. I actually named him. It's a newborn. I named him David Fackman. No, I'm joking. I didn't name him David Fackman, but I will have him send you troll calls as soon as he's old enough to do so. But I wanted to ask you, how you feel about so many progressives and Democrats, like 60, 70%, who thought that the victims, I don't even want to say victims, but the people who were shot in this Rittenhouse thing.
Oh, dude, this guy is so boring. He's so boring. It's genuinely crazy. Let me see if we've got anything else here. Oh, this guy is calling in again.
David, some of your listeners or viewers may have mischaracterized what the people over at TYT have said, or maybe I'm getting that message from you.
I haven't said anything about it. So it is. There were people in the chat talking about TYT and Rittenhouse. I didn't see it. I didn't comment on it. So I don't need more people than now commenting on something I didn't even see. It's not good.
I understand the sarcasm of that person tweeting you or whatever it's called about advice from Joe Rogan, asking about colonoscopy and all. But seriously, if there's enough people on the right who view Fox and Newsmax and Joe Rogan and InfoWars, and they will take advice from Joe Rogan, why not take advice from Sean Hannity? Shit. After all, Sean Hannity was before he went into radio, he was what, not a carpenter, but something, a plumber or a contractor? So that qualifies him to give medical advice. Even more than me, and I was an EMT. Fuck.
Wow. Okay. Left a bunch of others.
David, you want to talk about some deep, fantastic, goric dystopia?
All right. We're done with those for now. The judge is back. We're going to get back to this.
We're back on. Defendant's president, represented by counsel, with Greg McMichael.
Yes.
Miss Hood, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. All right, let's get the panel.
They are bringing the jury back in. The next defensive closing statement will start. I do want to say thanks to the Mike Lennon and Benevolent Goddess for signing up via Twitch Prime. We are so glad to be back on Twitch. I also want to invite all of you to sign up on my website, joinpacman.com. We have a new coupon code. That code is OBAMNA.
Obama.
And gives you a 68% discount. We've been advised by counsel that at 69%, the discounts draw the attention of state and federal authorities. So we're keeping it to 68% for today. But I invite all of you to sign up. I'm going to be stepping away momentarily to deal with a couple phone calls and different things. The stream will continue, of course. And we don't know exactly what to expect, but the jury will be getting this case relatively soon. Other super chats, the U.S. should put a Kyle on every street corner. Yeah, there's an idea. Does Whitney know we've never heard a full voicemail? I don't know. I don't know. All right, jury's back. And then I will be back very, very soon.
Please be seated. All right, welcome back. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their lunch. I understand we are ready to proceed with closing arguments. Ms. Hogan, on behalf of Gregory McMichael.
Thank you, Your Honor.
On the next break, we have something we need to put on the record that transpired over lunch. My apologies.
Okay.
My father worked for almost 50 years as a life insurance salesman, not because he liked it, because he didn't. He did it because he had 3 kids that he wanted to see grow up in a neighborhood that was safe and secure. A safe home surrounded by a community of neighbors who cared for each other. Band-aids for skinned knees, July 4th parties, block parties that went on for hours, crocheted baby blankets when a new child was born, casseroles when we'd lost a loved one. He worked hard day and night to provide those things for the people that he loved. Larry English was a contractor in Douglas, Georgia, who worked hard every day to provide for his wife and 2 children, and to save for his dream to live on the water in a neighborhood just like that, safe, secure, filled with people who would care for each other. And when he became ill, he and his wife, Amy, had to fast forward their dreams. They fast forwarded that retirement dream, bought that land, and began working on their dream home, the project of building that home in Satilla Shores. It's the sort of life we all have the right to seek, the safety and security and comfort of people that we care about and who care about us. We work hard for our stuff. It's ours, and no one has the right to take it. And we should never, ever have to fear intruders. The police can be counted on to help, to respond, but they can't be everywhere and they can't be everything. A good neighborhood is always policing itself. Mr. Moore, you really need to put a fence around that swimming pool. I'm worried a child will fall in. Mrs. Pennock, Bobby is flying down Crossbrook Drive again in that new car. You have to talk with him and get him to slow down so no one is hurt. The police can't be everywhere, and in a safe, secure neighborhood, police are helped by those neighbors. Officer Rash testified, neighbors help neighbors, and neighbors help the police. There are really only 2 questions for you to answer to reach your verdict in the charges that the state has brought against Greg McMichael. Did Greg McMichael have reasonable and probable grounds of suspicion to believe that Ahmaud Arbery had committed a burglary at 220 Satilla Drive? And did he have reasonable and probable grounds to believe that Ahmaud Arbery was escaping or attempting to escape yet again on February 23rd? It is a 9-count indictment. 9 counts. So why only 2 questions? Well, I want to suggest to you what the state suggested, but in reverse. I'd like to suggest a methodical, efficient way to think about all this law and all these charges. I suggest that you begin at the beginning. Count 1, malice murder. And then take all the rest of those counts, 2 through 9, as one big chunk as you consider these important questions. Even count 1, that malice murder count, is defended by the answers to those questions. But with malice murder, I suggest to you, you don't even have to get to those questions. Greg McMichael pulled no trigger. How could the state seek a conviction for malice murder as Greg stood in the bed of the pickup truck on the phone with 911 as the fatal shots were fired. As a party to the crime, Ms. Dunikoski told you about the law that the judge will give you. If someone intentionally helps or aids or procures or hires or assists in the commission of a crime, they can be as guilty as the principal, as the person who fired the shots. But what is so very different about count one is that it's malice murder. It requires the desire and the intent to kill, the deliberate intention to take the life of another human being, where all of the circumstances of the killing show that an individual acted with an abandoned and malignant heart. The state will have to be asking you to find that Greg McMichael advised or encouraged Travis McMichael, his son, to take the life of Ahmaud Arbery because that's what he wanted to do. For no reason other than to see that young man die. And to see him die at the hands of his own son. And to do it right there in front of his eyes. Because the guy keeps breaking into that house down the street. That's the level of criminal intent, the level of depravity, heartlessness, sickness that you would need to find beyond a reasonable doubt to find Greg McMichael guilty of malice murder. That's why I suggest that you begin with count one and quickly dispatch of it with a not guilty verdict. And then move down to the remaining counts, counts 2 through 9, because it comes down to this. If Greg McMichael was authorized by law to attempt to execute a citizen's arrest, to try to detain Ahmaud Arbery for the police to come and do their job, to try to keep peace and safety within that neighborhood, then they were within the law to hold him there for the police. How else does one hold an individual who does not want to be arrested for the police? You have to contain him, not false imprison him, contain him. You have to possibly hold him at gunpoint without firing a shot, not an aggravated assault, but the use of a reasonable and measured amount of force to make him stay where he did not want to stay. So if they were acting within the law in trying to execute a citizen's arrest, to detain Ahmaud Arbery for the police, then Travis had every single right to defend himself. When Ahmaud Arbery inexplicably took that sharp left turn at the right front of the truck, seeking to disarm Travis McMichael. So, who's got to prove what? We begin, as we always begin in a courtroom, with innocence. And we stay there unless and until the state proves to you that this was not a citizen's arrest and that Travis was not justified in defending himself against Ahmaud Arbery's attack. And they have to convince you of that. Remove your belief in that citizen's arrest or justification to such a degree that you've got left nothing in your minds to doubt it. And that sounds like an enormous burden. Why? Because they have to make you sure of it. You have to have no hesitation, no ambivalence, absolute certainty, because the stakes are as high as they come. It's the highest level of proof we ever ask for in a courtroom. The court will tell you, when they say murder and the facts raise justification, and the judge will tell you, justification is self-defense, justification is citizen's arrest. That when the facts are raised to support those defenses, that the state has to disprove them, that you were justified. But why? Why is the standard so incredibly high? And the answer is something you witnessed in this very courtroom. Even in science, errors can happen. And without diligent investigation and inquiry, people can be convicted on the slightest errors, stripped of their freedom for another's inattention or mistakes. Imagine if Dr. Donahue, with all that experience, who made the decision, the conclusion, that the muzzle to target range, the end of Travis's shotgun to the chest of Ahmaud Arbery, was 4 feet away, based on a photograph he compared in a book, without having watched the video, and more egregiously, without even having looked at the clothes that covered Ahmaud Arbery's body. Imagine if that initial conclusion had been all you knew in this case. Wouldn't that have misled you? Wouldn't that have led you to wonder how what you saw in that video could match the opinion of a scientist? Imagine if Brian Leopard hadn't tested Ahmaud Arbery's shirt and scientifically concluded, based on that stippling, that these were contact or near contact wounds. Imagine further if I hadn't emailed Dr. Donahue to take another look at his conclusions based upon the clothing and Brian Leopard's expert report. And further imagine if Dr. Donahue was not an honorable scientist, if he wasn't willing to admit he'd made a mistake and take another look at the science. So that instead of 3 to 4 feet, we now know it's contact, or 3 inches. 3 inches, as opposed to 4 feet. That is a demonstration to you why the system has to work this way, why the state has such a high burden, with evidence that leaves absolutely no reason to doubt, before any one of you can consider declaring that a man seeking to protect himself and his community is a murderer. You determine the facts, and the judge will tell you the law. So, of course, you need to be given the facts accurately and completely. The painful beauty of this case is that almost all of it is recorded. Security videos from outside people's homes in Satilla Shores. Difficult to listen to 911 tapes. And then, of course, the really hard thing to look at, the cell phone video that captured the last moments. Based on those undisputed recorded facts, still in the face of all that you heard and saw, the state's case demonstrated in opening what Mr. Hope told you in opening statement. He told you Greg McMichael was absolutely certain, and he was absolutely right. You were so attentive, and I thank you for that. We all do. You took a lot of notes, and there was a lot of things to take notes about. So you know that the very first words out of Greg McMichael's mouth is that there was no doubt in his mind as to who this guy was. He told Officer Brandeberry that, and it was captured on the body cam that you saw. And later, interviewed at the Glynn County Police Department by Parker Marcy, that investigator told you, here's his statement, here's what he told me. I watched him, and when he came by me, I got a good, really good look at him. So I mean, it's the same guy. And it was Ahmaud Arbery on the video. He was an intruder. Larry English had reported, because he believed that an intruder had taken thousands of dollars of boat equipment off the offshore boat that had been parked in his RV parking garage. It was Ahmaud Arbery returning night after night without authority to a place where valuables were stored, with no legitimate reason for being there. And it was Ahmaud Arbery, as Greg McMichael told immediately after being questioned, who had hauled ass from that house on February 23rd, after he'd looked through the window at Matt Albenze on the phone, that he ran from that home. Add all that knowledge, that certainty, to what he learned when Travis jumped into the truck and shared with him what he saw on the driver's side of that truck.
Fact's not an evidence, and I object to that. This is never an evidence, and the state objects to arguing fact's not an evidence.
Your Honor, I believe that is an evidence, and I believe that Travis McMichael testified, and these statements that I'm talking about did come into evidence. I believe it can be up to the jury to remember the evidence.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is up to the jury to recall the evidence that has been presented in this trial. And what lawyers say is not evidence, so it is up to you to recall what the evidence is in the case and to go ahead and address this matter on that basis. I don't have a complete listing of all statements made, but it's up to you, ladies and gentlemen, to recall that. And just because a lawyer says something, again, does not mean it is evidence, and this is argument. Go ahead.
You will be the decider of the facts. You took the notes, and I trust what you will remember from this trial. That Travis jumped into the driver's seat of that truck after having seen Matt Albenze standing in front of 220 Satilla Drive and pointing down that street, signaling down that street. That the man that Travis McMichael had seen only 11 days earlier with his own eyes, and then slowly pulled up alongside so that he could confirm for himself, Dad's right. This is the guy. And the judge will tell you. You will gather the facts from the totality of the circumstances. Did they have a reasonable and probable cause to believe that this was the guy? And you can know, and the judge will tell you, that you gather that from every sense that you have. Your hearing, your sight, your sense of what's going on around you. Certainty, though, is a way higher standard than what you even need to find in this case. Certainty was way more knowledge than they needed to detain Ahmaud Arbery to execute a citizen's arrest. And that was Greg McMichael's intent. He said it from the very beginning. He was asked by the investigator, Parker Marcy testified to you, what was your intent had he stopped? And he said, as clear as a bell, hold him for the police so that he could be arrested. The judge will charge you that a private citizen can effectuate an arrest, detaining someone for the police to arrive if a crime happens within his knowledge, there's the other one, or his immediate presence. Thanks, Jason. I appreciate it. So here's what you have to know that you haven't yet heard from the state. There are no magic words that are required. The court will tell you there's nothing special you have to say to be effectuating a citizen's arrest. There's nothing special you can't say while effectuating a citizen's arrest. If it happens within your knowledge or immediate presence, then you can effectuate a citizen's arrest and criminal trespass, the court will tell you, going on someone's property without the authority and for an unlawful purpose is a crime, the misdemeanor offense of citizen's arrest. And again, what you haven't heard from the state and got some misdirection about, there's no requirement, Judge Walmsley will tell you, for a posting of a no trespassing sign. There's no requirement that any officer execute this trespass warning. It's your place, and people should stay off it. We don't need to be telling people ahead of time and giving them warnings if you don't want to. And he'll also charge you that a private citizen can effectuate an arrest, detaining someone for the goal of holding them for the police if he has reasonable grounds of suspicion to believe that a suspect is fleeing or attempting to flee from a felony. Burglary is a felony. Entering a dwelling place without authority with the intent to commit a theft in there. Not an actual theft, but the reason, the mindset for going into a place that's not yours. So how do you know that if there wasn't actually a theft? Judge Walmsley will tell you. The law will allow you to infer an intent to steal. If there's an unlawful entry, meaning crossing into a place that's not yours, a place where valuables are stored, and you heard testimony that plenty of valuables were stored at 220 Satilla Drive, with no other apparent motive for being there. That means every single time Ahmaud Arbery goes into that house, he is committing a burglary. But you hardly needed a jury instruction to tell you that. Coming into someone else's house at night, where it's pitch dark, repeatedly, even after you've been run off, into a place where an offshore boat is holding expensive equipment, the intruder comes in, and sometime after that intruder has left, your stuff is gone. Reasonable grounds of suspicion is nothing more than probable cause. And probable cause, as Mr. Sheffield and the court will tell you, are facts necessary to establish a probability, more likely than not. It's less than certainty, but it's more than mere suspicion. So think of it this way. If Officer Rash had been on one of his patrols in Satilla Shores on February 23rd at about 1:08 p.m., and as he turned onto Satilla Drive, he saw Matt Albenze, who he'd already met, standing in front of 220 Satilla Drive, just signaling down that street. And down that street, hightailing it, is Ahmaud Arbery, the man that Officer Rash had seen on those video cameras over and over again. So if he saw and heard what these men did, he too would have had probable cause to arrest Ahmaud Arbery for the crime of burglary. There's no doubt he would have put on his sirens and tried to stop Ahmaud Arbery. And there's no doubt, after the events of February 11th, that Officer Rash would have had his gun at the ready and not taken any chances. And I suspect, in your minds, there would be no doubt that Ahmaud Arbery would have known exactly why he was being chased. Because there can be little doubt as well that Ahmaud Arbery knew exactly why the McMichaels were trying to detain him on February 23rd. The truth of life is that it's very complicated. A beautiful teenager with a broad smile and a crooked baseball cap can go astray. He can deteriorate and lose his way. And years later, he can end up creeping into a home that is not his own and running away instead of facing the consequences, acting erratically when approached, and making terrible, unexpected, illogical choices. But a mother's love doesn't fade from that beautiful boy in the ball cap to the young intruder. And sadly, no verdict can change the grief of that future not realized. The hope that he could have turned himself around. Because all we can guess about the young man is that his teenage years were full of promise, but his early 20s just led him in the wrong direction. The facts presented in this trial bear no resemblance to the story that the state told you in opening statement. A 25-year-old who met a brutal death after being chased and killed by residents of a neighborhood who wanted nothing more than to murder him for having the audacity to jog in their neighborhood. Not a single piece of evidence that's been presented to you in this entire trial supports such a hateful and gruesome set of circumstances. Turning Ahmaud Arbery into a victim after the choices that he made does not reflect the reality of what brought Ahmaud Arbery to Satilla Shores in his khaki shorts with no socks to cover his long, dirty toenails. There were two sets of decision makers on February 23rd. It is not just the McMichaels' decisions that led to this tragedy. And it is a tragedy. I see it in your faces, and I have felt it in mine. A young life lost, grieving parents. Greg and Travis didn't have to do anything on February 23rd. Greg could have looked up from his boat cushions, saw Ahmaud Arbery run past, and shrug his shoulders. Maybe call 911, maybe call Officer Rash, maybe text Diego Perez, and the fear and the frustration of this neighborhood would continue. But Greg McMichael's driveway decision wasn't the only decision that set this tragedy in motion. Ahmaud Arbery was not an innocent victim plundering through Larry English's house on February 23rd, just as he wasn't an innocent victim all the other nights, like October 25th, or November 18th, or December 15th, or February 11th. Is he the person responsible for stealing Larry English's expensive boat equipment? I don't know. We don't know. No one investigated that. But can anyone reasonably believe that Ahmaud Arbery was just doing a looky-loo on those nights in what has been described and shown to you as a home drenched in absolute darkness? The judge will instruct you that you must use common sense and reason. Common sense and reason. There was no legitimate reason for Ahmaud Arbery to be plundering through Larry English's house those 4 nights, and again on the afternoon of February 23rd. Ahmaud didn't live there, he didn't work there, he didn't have friends there, he didn't have a girlfriend there, he wasn't hanging out with a friend in that neighborhood who was a friend of a friend, he didn't jog through that neighborhood. He was a recurring nighttime intruder, and that is frightening and unsettling. A looky-loo in an open, unsecured construction site. Why did we have to withstand that drumbeat? Why? Let's clear a few things up. The judge will charge you that for burglary purposes, a dwelling is any structure that is intended for residential use. It makes no difference if it's occupied, being built, under construction, unoccupied, or vacant. And that only makes sense. How could you ever build a home if it wasn't really yours to protect until it was done? For that matter, how could you ever expect your stuff to be safe when your teenager forgets to close the garage door? Really, with all the important law to consider, why the misdirection? Why? And why the insensitivity to the neighbors of Satilla Shores? It's only a looky-loo when it isn't your neighborhood. It's only an open, unsecured construction site when it's not the building of your dream home, hastened by this impending fatal illness of Larry English's. It's only a property crime when you're not Subi Lawrence, across the street from that house, living alone, trying to raise 3 rambunctious boys, and you can't even let them outside to play. It's only a property crime if you're not Diego and Brooke Perez, trying to raise 3 little girls safely next door to 220 Satilla Drive. No one but Ahmaud Arbery made the decision to repeatedly and unlawfully enter into that house over and over again. No one but Ahmaud Arbery made the decision to run like the wind when the police car responded to the calls from the owner and the neighbors. No one but Ahmaud Arbery made the decision to either reach for or certainly give the very real impression that he was reaching for a handgun on February 11th, and then to yet again run away when the police arrived. And no one but Ahmaud Arbery made the decision not to stop when Travis's truck rolled up beside him. To wait, to tell the police what he was doing there, or just plain run away into the woods, or in the culverts that you'll see all over the state's evidence, or the open yards, or the open garages, or yell the word help, or just keep going right, straight down Satilla Drive, right into Officer Minshew's patrol car. I realize, probably more than any of you, what an incredibly unpopular thing that is to say. But in a courtroom with Greg McMichael facing the charge of murder, somebody's got to say it. And believe me, I'm proud to be the one to say it. Not to cause harm, not to cause pain, but because the truth in this place is really all that matters. Be very clear, be very clear. No one is saying that Ahmaud Arbery deserved to die for whatever it was he was doing inside 220 Satilla Drive, because that's not why he died. He died because for whatever inexplicable, illogical reason, instead of staying where he was, whatever overwhelming reason he had to avoid being captured that day and arrested by the police, he chose to fight. He chose to fight. To, without any sense of reason, to run at a man wielding a shotgun, leaving him with no other alternative but to be placed in the position of killing another human being. Greg McMichael had probable cause through all that he saw, all that he heard, all that he knew, to believe reasonably that Ahmaud Arbery had committed a crime and that he was fleeing from it yet again. If the state hasn't removed every doubt, every single reasonable, logical doubt in your mind that Greg McMichael was attempting a citizen's arrest, attempting to simply detain Ahmaud Arbery for the police on February 23rd, then you have reached your verdict, ladies and gentlemen, on counts 2 through 9. If they can't strip you of any reason to doubt the evidence that's been presented to you on citizen's arrest, but if they have left you wanting to know more, if they have left you wanting to inquire into the next steps of these offenses, there are still more steps. One of those is causation. How any of the other acts in counts 2 through 9, other than the actual shooting of Ahmaud Arbery, could have been the direct cause of Ahmaud Arbery's death. Or that it would have played a substantial and necessary part in causing the death. You would have to find that the goal of trying to detain Ahmaud Arbery for the police without using any excessive force, no fists, no discharge of the weapon, before that left turn attack on Travis, then the case is over yet again on counts 2 through 9. It would have to be not guilty because there would have been no causation between the counts that don't involve the actual discharge of that firearm. And then if you wanted to go one further step, you would have to ask yourself about Greg's role in all of this while riding in the back of the pickup truck. As a party to the crime, the state would have to prove to you that that Gregory McMichael intentionally helped in the commission of the shooting, or advised, encouraged, hired, counseled, or procured Travis McMichael to shoot Ahmaud Arbery as he was on the phone with 911 shouting the word "No." Without proof beyond a reasonable doubt of all of those pieces, all of those elements, the state simply has not met their case. When I sit down, I get no more chance to speak with you, and that's a tough thing for me. I have to know that the state gets the last word. So given the state's opening and some of their cross-examination of witnesses, despite how careful I know you all were with your notepads and pens, with your attention, with your focus, I have to raise a few more things to make sure you notice them, because the stakes are so incredibly high. Ms. Dunikoski told you in her initial closing argument she was afraid that we'd persuade you of the things that we're sharing with you about the state's case. I'm afraid that she's going to cherry pick. Cherry picking is this: it's choosing and taking only the most beneficial items from all that's been provided to you and trying to turn that into a fact. Don't look over there at all the rest of the stuff. Just look at these beautiful cherries I've picked. Context determines meaning. Stop, or I'll blow your MFing head off. You heard that from opening statement, and you heard it all the way through the trial. Cross-examination. Versus the actual reality that I think I saw you all write down of what Greg McMichael told Parker Marcy and what the investigators testified about what it really meant and when it really was supposed to have happened. Greg McMichael said that horrible sentence, "or something." "Stop," he said to the investigator. I said to him, "Stop, or I'll blow your MFing head off," or something. You didn't hear "or something." But most importantly, what we now know is that Greg McMichael fought in the panic and adrenaline and fear and of that horrible situation. He thought that's what he said at the very end of this encounter. Mr. Hogue cross-examined every witness who was with Greg McMichael when he shared that piece of information. The DA wants to make you think, by cherry picking, that Greg McMichael said that anywhere, anytime, over and over, all through, anywhere through the pathway. But what those witnesses, those investigators and officers told you is that Greg McMichael was talking about the final encounter. Officer Brandeberry was asked, when did you understand he was telling you he said that? And Officer Brandeberry said, he's talking about the final encounter on Holmes Road. Yes, that's my understanding. Parker Marcy was asked, when would that have occurred? Would that have occurred giving the context of the full statement, which because of the laws in this courtroom and around the state of Georgia, you cannot have all of the statement read to you, so there had to be context. And that gets a little dicey. And that's why you have to be extra careful when you're sharing that information with a jury. So Mr. Hogue cross-examined those officers to say, let's draw down on when that was supposed to have happened. He said it was supposed to have happened at the final confrontation. The same place where Greg's on the phone with 911? Yes. That's what he thought he said. So whatever he said on 911, Mr. Hogue asked the investigator, would that be the most accurate way of knowing what he really said? And that investigator, just like all of you, would say, of course. Whatever you heard, whatever the state presented in the 911 call, whatever you can listen to again, bears no resemblance to what Greg McMichael, after a stroke, and the panic and the fear and the sadness of those moments when he was interviewed, thought that he said on the 911 call. You are the decider of the facts. You're the ones that are going to have to make the decision about what's true and what's not true about this case. Jason Sheffield said the word red herring, so I went ahead and looked it up. I've always heard that phrase, and the definition is something that's intended to be misleading or distracting. So I'm going to tell you I've got one more concern before I sit down. And that is, and I could be completely wrong about this, but I'm concerned about it, so I want to share it with you since I can't come back up in case my suspicions are correct. I'm afraid of why the state kept introducing into evidence still shots of Greg McMichael with various people at the scene. I noted them in the beginning, thinking it wasn't any big deal. I take down a lot of notes, like you all do. And then I kept seeing a pattern. And again, Ms. Dunikoski, I could be completely wrong about this, but I'm concerned that Ms. Dunikoski is now digging so deep to make this case that she's going to suggest to you that Greg McMichael was on that scene manipulating testimony and evidence. It seems kind of wild when you think that the whole event is on video and that the people that came in with that video said it hadn't been altered or changed in any way, and that Officer Minshew is there in seconds on the scene, and we see everything that's happening on his body cam, In fact, it was Travis and Greg who waved him down. But there's photos of Greg comforting his son. There's a photo of Greg McMichael, after 30 years in law enforcement, having a conversation with Captain Tom Jump. There's evidence that the film, Officer Minshew said, Roddy's got this on the film, and Greg was able to say, Travis, it's captured on film. There's a screenshot of Diego talking to Greg, even though Officer Adam Jackson, who testified, said, I spoke to Diego Perez. He said, I got some camera footage, you want it? And we got the security camera footage from Diego Perez through Adam Jackson, unadulterated, and presented to you. So I just have to say, thank goodness that as awful as those recordings are to hear and see, they reflect the truth of what happened, who did what, and why. And there is no way to suggest that there was any manipulation of evidence or testimony at the scene. So now, it's time, very soon, probably not soon enough for you, but very soon, for you to deliberate and reach a verdict. A verdict rendered by members of your community about an event that happened in your community. Glynn County, filled with communities that are filled with neighbors. Why did it take us 11 days to select you? Well, the media descended on this case, and unless, I think several of you said, unless you lived under a rock, you knew something about the case. Some facts that were accurate, some facts that were ridiculous, and some facts that were outright slanted for shock value. And we as humans do, we begin to form opinions when we begin to hear things that we believe could be facts. And then there's the social media. People posting arguments, comments, and opinions. And then with the algorithm of Facebook, you're going to get more and more of the same opinions and comments and opinions that are like the opinions that you seem to be interested in. And next thing you know, you think that these people's opinions are facts. And the other issue is this is a small county. Many of the jurors that were summoned knew the defendants. Many of the jurors that were summoned knew the Arberies. Many of the jurors that were summoned knew people who were close to people who knew either one of them. And consistent with human nature, those folks had formed opinions. So why are you the 15 that remained? Because you were determined to be the people most likely to do what I submit to you is the impossible. To set aside opinions and beliefs you'd formed before you came into court. To set aside facts that you thought were accurate before you came to court, and to promise with your oath, hand to God, to base your verdict only on what you hear in this courtroom. It's kind of a ridiculous standard, but it's all we've got for these men to have their day in court. And we had to assess your honesty. We had to assess your candor, your truthfulness, that you would do what you said you would do. This incredible, awesome responsibility that you've been selected to undertake. Jury deliberations are not like a meeting. They're not like a business meeting where you're going to each put in your opinions and thoughts and reach an agreement, a little give and take. It's not like going to buy a car and you're dickering over the price. It's not even like the legislature when they're trying to come up with a budget. Hey, this is the stuff I really want in my packet, and this is the stuff I really want in my packet. I'll give up a little bit of this if you give up a little bit of that. That is not at all how jury deliberations work. Because you see, compromise has absolutely no place in the deliberative process. The judge will instruct you. Keep an open mind, talk with each other, consider each other's points of view, but the bottom line, ladies and gentlemen, is that each of you will form this verdict on your own. You are the gatekeepers of this jury process. You're the gatekeepers of the oath that you each took. If some of you feel strongly one way and others of you feel strongly the other way, keep talking, keep working. This is important. But you are not to give up any opinions you have, any thoughts and beliefs you have, just to get along or just to be unanimous. You are not to consider what the possible punishments just might be. You can't have the kind of conversation that says, well, you know, that malice murder, that is kind of ridiculous given the facts of this case. So let's just agree on that felony murder. That can't be that bad. It's got to be a less than the malice murder. Or, you know, some of you really want felony murder, and some of you really want not guilty. What if we just sort of meet in the middle with one of those ag assaults? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I encourage you, I beg you to slam on the brakes if you hear any conversations like that in the jury room. The only thing you're asking yourself is whether the state removed every logical reason for you to doubt that Greg McMichael had the requisite knowledge and intent to execute a citizen's arrest. And if that's the case, then not guilty is the only verdict you can reach. Because every single count in this indictment is so serious. And every count in this indictment is life-changing for Greg McMichael. Your deliberations should be guided by the rule that the judge will give you. If in any way your minds are wavering, unsettled, unsatisfied, then that is a doubt of the law and you must acquit. You can't wake up in a couple of weeks from now and regret the decision you made, because you can't take it back. The Constitution, our beautiful Constitution, demands no less than this certainty. The grandparents on golf carts in Satilla Shores, the kids on bikes in your neighborhood, the couples walking their dogs after dinner in our small town neighborhoods deserve no less. Greg McMichael is not a murderer. He's not guilty.
Thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take let's take a 15-minute recess, and we'll continue with closing arguments. Again, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves until you've been instructed to do so by the court. Thank you.
All right, the jury.
Before we recess, Mr. Goff, you had a matter for the court.
Yes, Your Honor. Over the lunch recess, my understanding is, can I have notes? Your Honor, during the lunch recess, co-counsel had an opportunity to look outside at what was going on, and there are some matters that need to be placed on the record.
Go ahead and get this out.
One moment, Your Honor.
Sorry, Mr. Goff.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm not using any of that stuff. Your Honor, protesters, whether they were the Black Panther group or some other group, were behind the barriers in front of the courthouse. There was a truck carrying a coffin with the names of the defendants on it. At least one of these groups, I believe it was the Black Panther group, is referenced in the motion filed this morning that their specific objective was to influence the proceedings in this case. I don't know whether they intended to scare the defendants, but I have co-counsel with a small child who was scared to death. Large weapons, apparently automatic weapons, were seen outside the courthouse. And, you know, given everything else that's already transpired in this case, we believe at this point that it's appropriate for us to renew the motion for mistrial. This court has gone to great lengths to give these defendants a fair trial, but the security precautions that were in place, despite the sheriff's best efforts and Your Honor's best efforts, we've now got people who claim to be violent driving around the courthouse with coffins with our clients' names on them with semi or fully automatic weapons. I mean, I'm not sure. This is no longer a figurative mob. This is a literal mob. And inevitably the proceedings, despite best efforts are tainted, we would move for mistrial.
Anything more remaining defendants?
Our position again is if the jury has been exposed to it, yes, we would be gravely concerned and we would need them to let the court know that they've seen it and it's had any influence on them. Short of that, if it's folks exercising their First Amendment rights outside and our jury is unaware of it, then we're okay.
And I would agree with Mr. Hogue. That's what I was going to say. And I would, one more thing. To make sure in this most important trial that the jurors are not being exposed to these matters, I would ask the court to affirmatively question them altogether, to remind them, to bring it to your attention or the court deputy's attention if they have encountered it or been contacted in any way.
State asks that you deny the motion for mistrial. We leave it to the discretion of the court.
Yeah, the court's again denying the mistrial. I've indicated previously and mentioned to counsel that I agree with the concern that is out there with regard to the jurors having exposure to anything that may be going on outside. Whatever may be going on outside, it has not been brought to my attention on a security level. Again, individuals have a right to be outside the courthouse. I agree with Mr. Hogue that the court needs to keep a very close eye on whether or not whatever may be going on outside the courthouse has any influence upon the jury, and the court has taken steps to ensure that the jury is insulated from anything going on around the courthouse so that they can focus on their business before the court, which would be to consider the evidence presented as well as the arguments of counsel, and I will continue to endeavor to do so.
Has the court talked with the jury bailiff at all, and also keeping lines of communication up with the jury bailiff so that she would say, Judge, there's some murmurs or there's some things being spoken? Is she keeping an active ear out for the court? Without
getting into detail, I will tell you that the court is, I'm trying to stay apprised of whatever may be going on with the jury. As far as what's going on outside, that's up to whoever's outside making sure that everything's okay. But as far as this jury is concerned and what may be going on that may affect the proceedings in this courtroom, yes, I have tried to ensure that I'm at least aware of anything that may be important enough to affect the proceedings. And if something did happen, I would probably be bringing it to everybody's attention because I think it would be important for counsel to know.
One other thing, I wanted to move again that we replace juror number 12. And I will tell you, I tried to make some eye contact with you during my closing. She had nodded off. She was done. She was sleeping. And so at one point I walked closer to her to try to rustle her up, and I even thought there was someone that might have even moved her chair, kind of kicked it, and she then still nodded back off again. So I would ask again, since this is now about the third or fourth time that we've had to deal with it, that we have her replaced with the first alternate.
We would join that.
Juror 12 is sitting right in front of me. I never saw this. She had her eyes open.
Right. So Ms. Duncan's talking about what she saw, so let's let her finish.
And I was facing Ms. Hogue while she was talking, but I was very closely watching the jurors, and juror 12 was right in front of me. I did not see her nod off. I didn't see her close her eyes at all. I saw her actively paying attention to this. That is what I saw.
I will again start focusing on juror number 12, where I think is sitting close to the bailiff now, and make sure.
And for the record, Your Honor, is anyone else at the council table that's able to indicate whether you agree with what I saw? I thought that you and I had made some eye contact. I must have misunderstood that I thought you were looking straight at her.
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt Ms. Dunikowski. I did see it. There were 2 times where I thought about turning over a box accidentally or kicking the table hard, but I didn't want to interrupt her, Ms. Hogue's closing, but there were 2 times.
I'm hearing a couple different things, so I'm going to keep an eye on juror number 12 again and ensure I did not see a juror sleeping during closing arguments. But that, of course, is something, particularly with what has happened previously, that I now will, again, start keeping a close eye upon.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if she was nodding off during Ms. Hogue's presentation, I mean, she may need medical attention. We may have a coma here before I'm done.
Well, let's get going.
Okay. With that, we're in recess. Let's go back to 10 minutes. Let's get more. All right, we're back on. Defendants are present. Represented by counsel, Mr. Goff, you ready to proceed?
We would probably benefit from another couple of minutes on the technical issues. Go check the video.
All right, we have everybody in place. Let's go get the panel.
So rise for the jury. Seated.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I understand we are ready to proceed with closing arguments. Mr. Goff.
Yeah. When did Roddy Bryan know the McMichaels brought guns? When did Roddy Bryan know Travis McMichael would shoot Mr. Arbery? And at that point, what could Roddy Bryan have done to stop it? The inconvenient truth is that Roddy Bryan did not know and could not know that these men were armed until moments before Mr. Arbery's tragic death. He did not know and could not know that Arbery would be shot. And by that time, sadly, there was nothing Roddy Bryan could do to prevent this tragedy. Roddy Bryan didn't shoot anyone. At the time of the shooting, he was some distance back. He was armed only with his cell phone. Isn't it time, ladies and gentlemen, that we send Roddy Bryan home? Roddy Bryan fully cooperated with the police. He's given several different statements. He's provided the now famous video that you've seen so many times and probably will again before we're done. Roddy provided his cell phone multiple times. He signed all kinds of consent forms. He gives them access to his truck. He gives them the night owl videos from his house, the videos that had been overlooked in the canvassing of the neighborhood because he was down at the police station. He gives them his social media. He gives them his Facebook. Ladies and gentlemen, without Roddy Bryan, there is no case. You will have to decide what justice looks like between the McMichaels and Mr. Arbery, between the McMichaels and the Arbery family. But the reason that you can do so, the reason that we can have this trial, is because of Roddy Bryan. Roddy's decision to cooperate with law enforcement to help them discover the truth about the events of February 23rd, 2020, is not the product of slick lawyering. Roddy Bryan had no lawyer on the side of the road in the minutes after Ahmaud Arbery was shot. It was not some lawyer. It was Roddy Bryan, without any lawyer, without any help, without any assistance, making that decision on his own. Roddy Bryan made the choice.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I want to briefly interrupt the third of three closing defense statements. We still believe that this will be wrapping today, and whether jury deliberations start today or not, we don't know. But I did want to let you guys know about something that's going on that we now have some new video of. As I have been saying for weeks, at the end of the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, he would be made a hero or a martyr. And because of the acquittals, it's going straight to hero. He won't first have to be a martyr in jail. Tonight, Tucker Carlson is promoting an exclusive interview with Kyle Rittenhouse, and we now have the first clips, and I'm going to be playing that for you right now. I do want to say thank you to Blueberry Babe, Master McLeavy, Lake and Bacon, Wolf Knight Albix for the Twitch Prime subscriptions, putting us at 71. And also a big thank you to Catherine Williams, who signed up on my website, joinpacman.com, as new member number 72. We do have the new coupon code OBAMNA, which you can use. Okay, so it's pretty gross. Let's look at some of these clips, okay? This is what we have an hour of tonight. We're going to have an hour of this tonight. Here we go.
I tell everybody there what happened. I said I had to do it. I was just attacked. I was dizzy. I was vomiting. I couldn't breathe.
Okay. Next clip about race.
This case has nothing to do with race. It never had anything to do with race. It had to do with the right to self-defense.
Right.
I'm not a racist person. I support the BLM movement. I support peacefully demonstrating. And I believe there needs to be change. I believe there's a lot of prosecutorial misconduct, not just in my case, but in other cases. And it's just amazing.
The funny thing here is an 18-year-old believes that believes there's prosecutorial misconduct. Okay. All right.
See how much a prosecutor can take advantage of somebody.
Yeah. And then one more clip here from Kyle Rittenhouse. We're going to be focusing on this tomorrow, of course.
It wasn't Kyle Rittenhouse on trial in Wisconsin. It was the right to self-defense on trial. Right. And if I was convicted, no one would ever be privileged to defend their life against attackers.
Now, that's quite a stretch, as you can imagine, but okay. So we're going to have all of that tomorrow. Let's get back now to the third of three closing statements from the defense here.
Ahmaud Arbery. Why the prosecution felt it necessary to phrase the things the way they did in their opening statement, Ms. Dunikoski will have to answer to you for. I was unable to play it earlier, but we are now going to try and play the excerpt from the interview with Mr. Lowry, specifically that most damaging part of his statement, where he supposedly wishes that he had hit Ahmaud Arbery.
You said that you had handprints on your truck from where the guy was trying to get into it?
I feel pretty sure that's what he was doing. I mean, I can't say for sure that he was up there. He wasn't on the door. I didn't give him a chance to get to the door. But after I angled him off the side of the road, you know, and I kind of went on past him because I didn't hit him, which I would have, you know, might have took him out and shot. But, you know, I probably got past him a little bit, and he come up on me, and I could see him in my mirror, and he was coming for the door. And I seen his hands on right behind the door.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the video, as opposed to the officer's testimony, you can see Mr. Bryan's demeanor, you can see his gestures and his mannerisms, and you can see that when he says that he wished he hit Mr. Arbery, he said that just after he says that he didn't hit him, and he's expressing regret because Mr. Arbery has died. And maybe if he hadn't gotten down where he was, he wouldn't have been shot. That is much, much different in context than to suggest that Roddy Bryan wished that he had hit Mr. Arbery. That's a reflection of regret that Mr. Arbery was hurt by the McMichaels. That's certainly not a suggestion that he bore any ill will. And how many other instances of that do we have in this case? How many other times has the district attorney's office fired cheap shots at Roddy Bryan? How many times have the GBI taken cheap shots at Mr. Bryan? And in the end, you may wish to ask yourself why. Now, in the defense case, and we didn't do it, we promised we wouldn't, but it's clear that Mr. Bryan did not wish to strike Mr. Arbery, that he never had any intention of hurting Mr. Arbery. He never said anything to the contrary. The evidence will show that he had no knowledge, no reason to believe that anyone else out there meant to hurt or shoot Mr. Arbery. If they had a secret intention or desire to do that, it could not be known to him. Now, there is another excerpt that I want to play from the Minshew video. Only one, okay? Because again, I think it shows you Mr. Bryan's demeanor. It has been suggested by the state that much of what Mr. Bryan says later is somehow an after-the-fact rationalization of what happened that day. But when you listen to this, I think you'll see that the truth of what Mr. Bryan is trying to convey hasn't really changed.
I even almost think I need to get away from this. I mean, we don't want to have another issue with Twitch bans, right? I mean, I'm just not even sure. It's all very, very unclear right now. We're just going to step away from it and we'll have just the audio. We got to play it very, very safe. Yeah. So we'll just keep it here for a moment. I do want to say thanks to Kimmy Blacksmith for signing up at joinpacman.com.
There's a reason we all don't play more of these.
Coupon code OBAMNA.
Obama.
What did it look like he was trying to do? He was trying to get on this side of the car, right? What did it look like he was trying to do? What?
Yeah, I mean, I cut him off pretty good now,
okay.
But
he actually pulled your handle?
I wouldn't be surprised if that's his marks right there.
Okay.
He was trying to get to the handle.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Did nobody got us on video? You just witnessed it, right?
I got it.
You got it on video?
I ain't looked at it. Okay. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right.
At what point did you start videoing?
Well, I thought he was gonna get away.
Okay.
So that was.
So you was trying to capture who you look like.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, I probably got 2 videos, 3 videos. I mean, I probably started over here. I don't know what I got because half the time I was trying to drive.
Right.
It was suggested that Roddy Bryan made up the idea that he was trying to preserve Mr. Arbery's identity, that he was trying to preserve it because he thought he was going to get away. It's been suggested that that's not what was going on. But yet, here, on the side of the road with Officer Minshew. Roddy Bryan says within minutes of the shooting that that's exactly what he was trying to do. We have one video in this case. Well, we have two, a shorter version of the one you've seen. But when Mr. Bryan is talking with Officer Minshew, he hasn't had a chance to look at his phone. He hasn't had a chance to see what he has. He thinks he has 2 or 3 videos. He thinks he's caught much more than he had. Now, either you believe that Roddy Bryan is the smartest person in this room, that he's playing games and manipulating the police from the moment this has happened, or you know that Roddy Bryan had good faith from the start, that he tried as best he could to help the police. Maybe it would have been better if he had been able to record more, if he knew better how to operate his phone. But the idea that somehow Mr. Bryan is quote unquote minimizing his involvement in this case, had he recovered as much video as he thought he had, he might have had the whole thing on video. And he's giving it to the police. He's inviting Officer Minshew to sit with him in the car, to look at it with him for the first time. Not with some slick Cobb County lawyer, by himself. That tells you that Roddy Bryan is not guilty. Because unless you think he's smarter than everybody else in this room, that he's smarter than all these police officers, that he's smarter than the cream of the crop, the creme de la creme of the GBI, then you know he's trying to tell you the truth. He just can't always find the words. And to hear again all this stuff about Mr. Bryan, about all these things that happened, we'll come back to that later, but when you look at the Lowry interview, when you look at Mr. Minshew, the Minshew discussion on the side of the road, you know what the truth is here. Now, if I'm out of order, I'm sorry. But again, as I said before, the events of this day from Mr. Bryan's perspective are chaos. Mr. Bryan doesn't know what happened up the street at the English residence. He doesn't know Mr. Albenzi is out there. He doesn't know Mr. Albenzi's called 911. He assumes somebody's called 911, and he was correct, but he doesn't know. He doesn't know that Mr. Albenzi is armed and just up the street. Mr. Bryan is not in communication with anyone prior to the shooting, not Mr. Albenzi, not Diego Perez, not Gregory or Travis McMichael. At times, as you've heard, Mr. Bryan feels like he's alone out there with Mr. Arbery, and it scares him. Roddy Bryan doesn't see any guns until moments before the shooting. We'll come back to that. I think, if I recall correctly, the testimony was, although you can see, and you will see in a moment, Greg McMichael standing in the back of the pickup truck in the moments before the shooting, Mr. Bryan, on that day, doesn't even recall Gregory McMichael being in the back of the truck. He doesn't realize Gregory McMichael's in the back of the truck until later, until afterwards. Roddy Bryan thinks that it takes the police several minutes to arrive on the scene when we know it was mere seconds. Roddy gets so many basic facts wrong, so many key facts. Is it any surprise that months later he would struggle to recall details of what happened that day when he couldn't recall big, obvious details right at the time it happened? Let me shift gears for a moment. Closing statement is sometimes referred to as closing argument. Let me assure you, I don't want to argue about you with the evidence. First of all, there's 12 of you. There's only one of me, and you get the last word. Second, lawyers, we tend to remember things, frankly, sometimes the way we wanted them to be or the way we expected them to be, whereas you hear it as it actually comes out. So if my recollection differs from yours, I would trust your collective memory. And I'm not supposed to say this, okay? We're all taught never to say this. But what we say as lawyers is not evidence. The evidence is what you heard. And if something I say doesn't ring true to you as what the evidence is, you don't have to wait for someone else to object. I don't want you to consider something if you don't remember it as the evidence. Now, before proceeding any further and before I forget, I do want to express my gratitude to Mr. Bryan, to the court, to my distinguished opposing counsel. As I walk through the front doors of our courthouse every day, I am reminded
Oh my God.
what an honor and absolute privilege it has been to come before you. What I'd like to do now is go back in time.
I'd like to list all the black pastors that have been in the room.
To the morning of February 23rd, 2020. It seems, at least to me, both so very far away and yet like it was yesterday. It was a time to which many of us might wish to return, if only we could turn back time. Ahmaud Arbery is still very much alive, perhaps still asleep. Some of us, like Rook Perez and her husband Diego, have gone off to church. Others read the Sunday paper. The politically minded may recall Bernie Sanders is the front runner for the Democrat nomination.
Oh my God.
The sports-minded may recall that the Daytona
The
500
Democrat
had been held a week
nomination
earlier down the road. Donald Trump was the Grand Marshal. And our local newspaper, the Brunswick News, covers school events celebrating Black History Month. You may recall COVID-19 is still a mystery.
COVID-19.
It's a China problem, an Italian problem. Some guy we've never heard of, Dr. Anthony Fauci, warns us that we should conserve the already dwindling supply of masks for first responders and for healthcare workers who most need them.
This is weird.
But Roddy Bryan isn't reading the Sunday paper. Roddy Bryan is not in church. And he probably isn't paying much attention to the corona. Roddy Bryan is working on the front porch of his home. After renting for several years, Roddy and his fiancée have just purchased their home on Burford. As a small engine repair guy working at the local hardware store, this is a big deal for Roddy, and he isn't going to waste any time before fixing it up. When you think back, it was a different world, but it's the world in which these events take place, and it's in that context that we have to look at the evidence in this case. Now, I think we have the first Night Owl video. I call it the first Night Owl video, the porch video. I think we played it for you once.
We're just going to be careful with the videos and the exhibits here. We know
Here
that
you can see Roddy Bryan
all pretty insane.
standing on his front porch trying to repair a column. He is listening to music. The music is playing in the garage. The door is open. We've seen that from the previous picture. We'll see in a moment his truck is out front. If you look
I don't know.
carefully,
There was
I believe you
COVID.
can see his hammer.
Maybe that means not
on the ground
guilty.
behind him. And I
Okay, this
believe
one's
other
okay.
tools as well. Now, we'll stop that. Now we have a still photo, which we're about to turn back on. The still photo? Sorry. Beggars can't be choosers. I'm going to wait on Miss Barton.
Now you see those
This is
rocking
the
chairs
front
there?
of the Bryan residence.
Not guilty.
You have to add in Mr. Bryan on the porch. You have to add in pickup truck in the driveway with lumber in the back. You have to imagine, if you will, the music playing. It's probably playing loud because his hearing's not so good. Is there anything threatening or menacing about this picture? Is there anything threatening or menacing about this image?
It's a pretty weaponized lawn.
Or is this something we'd expect to see in a Norman Rockwell painting? We talk about driveway decisions. Mr. Arbery has driveway decisions that he's making this morning. I'm not going back into all that stuff with the Englishes and Diego Perez and Matt Albenzi and Robert Rash. That's already been covered. And although Mr. Bryan may well have read about it on the Exit 29 page, he doesn't recall it at least on this day.
Huh.
But Mr. Arbery is now running down the street, running from the English residence. He's passing house after house after house on a nice Sunday afternoon.
Innocent houses.
Is there any evidence that Mr. Arbery sought help, sought assistance from anyone in that neighborhood?
Sought
up to this
help?
point? Maybe you heard it. I did. But as he comes up to Mr. Bryan's residence, as he starts coming by his house, why isn't Mr. Arbery asking for help? Why isn't he calling out, hey, somebody call 911. There's crazy people after me. Maybe that's because Mr. Arbery doesn't want help.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Mr. Bryan spots Mr. Arbery out of the corner of his eye. Roddy Bryan knows the joggers in the neighborhood.
It's interesting how it being chaotic and stressful is used as an excuse for the defendants, but it being chaotic, the charitable interpretation of it being chaotic and stressful for Arbery is never used.
Intuitively, and that's the word for it, intuitively, knows the difference between someone running to something and someone running from something. But that mystery is resolved pretty quickly when the white pickup truck that he does recognize from the neighborhood comes by. Now, Roddy Bryan doesn't know Travis McMichael. He would recognize Greg, but Greg McMichael is sitting on a car seat, probably with his head stuck up somewhere in the bed liner. Roddy Bryan doesn't realize Greg McMichael's in this truck till after the tragic shooting.
Objection. I'm going to object to facts, not evidence. None of this came in at all before this jury, and we would object to anything about Roddy Bryan and knowing Greg McMichael or anything.
I'm pretty sure that he specifically said in one of the interviews that we went through that he didn't realize Greg McMichael was in the truck. But the jury knows what the evidence is, and their recollection controls.
Let's stick to the evidence as it was presented to the panel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, man. I'm pretty
At
sure.
the time that Mr. Bryan looks out,
I'm pretty sure my client is not guilty, sir.
he sees Mr. Arbery in the truck. He sees them side by side. He cannot, because of the music, he really can't hear the words. I believe the testimony is he's basically reading the lips of what turns out to be Travis McMichael. He can't see Mr. Arbery's lips. He can't see what, if anything, he's saying. Mr. Bryan has told us repeatedly that he's never heard Mr. Arbery say anything from the beginning to the end. So at this point, it's clear that Mr. Arbery does not want help from Mr. Bryan. It's clear that he goes ahead and runs off. And at that point, Mr. Bryan has to make a decision. Now, there's been some testimony. I think Mr. Bryan said that he called out to them, "You got him," which would be consistent with what he's seeing on the road. But nobody else hears that we know of. We know another witness said that they didn't hear it because they testified. And we're going to play a second Night Owl video that we didn't play previously, where you see Mr. Bryan coming off his porch. Now, I'm going to suggest to you, and you will have to decide what the truth is here, that when Mr. Bryan says he called out to them, did he? Do you see that on either of these videos? Do you see it on the third one to come? Again, is Mr. Bryan relating what actually happened or what he thinks has happened? Is Mr. Bryan's mind playing tricks on him? In any event, Mr. Arbery goes down the street. Now, Mr. Bryan, at this point, we're going to go to the next Night Owl video.
Is he calling them Night Owl videos?
Sorry, you went too quickly. There he is. Okay, watch carefully. Mr. Bryan has said on some occasions he walked to the kitchen. On another occasion, he said he ran to the kitchen. He said he walked back out to the truck. Another time, he said he ran back out to the truck. Well, what we know from this video, it takes 13 seconds to get from the edge of the driveway into the kitchen to reach the keys and go back out to the truck. Mr. Bryan is, in fact, walking calmly to the kitchen and walking calmly to the truck. And his recollection of doing otherwise is faulty. Now, we also know, as Mr. Bryan pulls out, and by the way, we also know that he left his rifle in the house, left a hammer on the porch, and went out with his cell phone. Now here we see, when Mr. Bryan initially pulls out, Mr. Bryan is pointed to the right. Now he backs up. Now it's at the very end, he backs up and he straightens out a bit. Whether Mr. Bryan said he was going to the left or the center or slightly to the left, the actual evidence in the case is consistent with him pulling straight out. And again, we know from all the other things that we've seen that Mr. Bryan's recollection of events that day simply isn't good.
The coffee. Oh, man.
Now, Mr. Arbery, not Mr. Arbery, Mr. Bryan makes what is for him a very faithful decision. He actually pulls out in the road. Now, at one point he says he overshot the road. Another point in the same interview with Detective Lowry, he says that he crept out onto the road. The state suggests that Mr. Bryan either hit Mr. Arbery or tried to hit him and pushed him with his 5,000-pound motor vehicle. We'll come back to that in a second, but I just don't think I think the evidence is inconsistent with that. Now, I do want to talk about the indictment for a minute. Thank you. Let's take a minute to review the indictment. It is what we sometimes call a kitchen sink indictment. Everyone, all three defendants, are charged literally with everything in the indictment, every crime set forth therein. You may find this confusing and difficult to sort through at times, since the factual bases and underlying legal bases for the 5 murder counts are so closely intertwined with one another. However, this is perfectly acceptable. There's nothing improper about it. Murder is murder. Each of the remaining 4 counts of the indictment, aggravated assault with a shotgun, aggravated assault with a motor vehicle or motor vehicles, false imprisonment, and attempted false imprisonment, actually serve as predicate felonies for the felony murder counts. In other words, this indictment does not allege any offense against any defendant other than murder and the predicate offenses for murder. There are a couple of legal principles I feel obligated to go over in every case. One of those is reasonable doubt. Now, you've already heard several very capable lawyers go through that, so I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time there. Without belaboring the point, however, I would refer you to what I consider the core principles at the heart of the court's charge on reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. It is the doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. If you are a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth, and you've certainly given us every reason to believe that you are, if at the end of the evidence you have a doubt, that is a doubt upon which you may acquit the defendant. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based on common sense. It is a doubt for which a reason can be given. If you can give a reason to doubt whether Mr. Bryan is guilty, then your mission is complete. And at that point, you should acquit Mr. Bryan. Now, I also often use this provision lifted from Robert Bolt, A Man for All Seasons, when I talk about reasonable doubt, because I find it helpful. And let's be clear, it is not a statement of the law. It is the principle behind it. Some of you may be familiar with the play and the movie. Some of you may not. William Roper asked Sir Thomas More, "So now you give the devil the benefit of law."
This is weird.
Sir Thomas More says, "Yes. What would you do? Cut a great road through the law to get after the devil." William Roper says, "Yes. I'd cut down every law in England to do that." Sir Thomas More replies, "Oh, and when the last law was down and the devil turned round on you, where would you hide, Roper? The laws all being flat. This country is planted thick with laws from coast to coast, man's laws, not God's. And if you cut them down, and you're just a man to do it, do you really think you could stand upright in the winds that would blow then? Yes, I give the devil benefit of law," Sir Thomas More says, "for my own safety's sake." And when you apply the reasonable doubt standard, remember that standard, that legal principle, isn't there for Roddy Bryan. It's not there for these other defendants. It's there for all of us. And it's a principle that we cannot forsake. The court's going to charge you, I believe, without trying to put words in his mouth, on parties to a crime. The provision that's relevant to Mr. Bryan in this case is the second one. To be a party to the crime, Mr. Bryan must intentionally help in the commission of an offense, of a crime.
What could the guy possibly be writing, given that this is the last word for the defense? These are the closing statements. Like, what is the guy writing?
Be a party to the crime intentionally. And we'll come back to that principle again. Now, count one is murder. And I don't want to tread over the same ground that other counsel have tread, but the issues are somewhat different for Mr. Bryan. I hesitate even to respond to count one, because by doing so, I don't want any of you to think for a moment that there's anything here even worthy of a reply. But I am required to do so. Roddy Bryan didn't shoot Mr. Arbery. He was armed only with a cell phone, and he was a good distance away when the shots rang out. Roddy did not cause and could not cause Mr. Arbery's death within the meaning of this statute. Roddy was not the shooter, so he could not shoot Mr. Arbery unlawfully. Roddy did not shoot him at all. Roddy Bryan acted in good faith on the day in question. There is no evidence whatsoever of malice. And most importantly, and I think this echoes arguments made by others, nor can Roddy be a party to the crime of malice murder, because there is no evidence that Roddy Bryan intentionally helped Travis McMichael murder Mr. Arbery. Where is that evidence? And that takes us back to the three questions I asked a moment ago when I first stood up. Roddy Bryan certainly was not aware of any intention on the part of Travis McMichael to shoot Mr. Arbery. And I'm not saying he had that intention. You will have to decide what Travis McMichael did or did not do. But Roddy Bryan certainly was not aware of any such intention, and certainly could not be a party to the crime of malice murder, because he can't intentionally help commit a crime he doesn't know is underway, doesn't know is contemplated. At this point, we're going to try and go back and play the video again, the famous video. But I'm going to repeat the three questions that I started with. When did Roddy Bryan know that McMichaels brought guns with them? When did Roddy Bryan know Travis McMichael would shoot Mr. Arbery? And at what point, what could Roddy Bryan do to stop it? We ready? All right. Now I'm going to try and keep up with this video. At 0.03 seconds into this video, Mr. Arbery turns around on Holmes.
Well, I don't know about this. Just to be careful, I'm going to pull away from it for a bit. I just don't know what they're going to show.
Now, stop.
Got to be very careful.
What I want you to do is not so much look at the video at this point. Listen with your ears to the noises in the background, because they tell you what's really going on, even when what you see on the screen is unclear.
Okay.
At
We're going to listen to it.
0.04, you'll hear Roddy Bryan tap the brakes. He's still in drive, and you'll see he's going at approximately 2 miles per hour.
Okay. Whoa.
I couldn't see. Can we stop it on the speedometer? Yeah, let's try that again.
Looks like they're just repeating this over and over
Very,
again.
very difficult to get this video precise. Yes, we're looking for 4 seconds. We're looking for the speed on the speedometer.
This is abortive. They just went over it. They're trying to get the speedometer at 2, I guess.
It's okay. Well, what you can see is that Mr. Bryan is, you hear him tap the brakes. You hear Mr. Bryan tap his brakes. But he's still in drive, and he's going about 2 miles per hour, which is about the same speed that Mr. Arbery is moving. He's been described as chasing Mr. Arbery, as hunting Mr. Arbery, as attempting to run Mr. Arbery down. But what you see on the video, and there is you can see that Mr. Bryan is moving at approximately 2 miles an hour, and you can see that the seatbelt is not in place. Now, at this point, we're going to go ahead and play it to about the 17-second mark. Listen for the gear shifts. I'm sorry, it's not there yet. Go ahead. You can see Mr. Bryan's foot is not on the gas pedal.
Obama.
Now, you hear a motor vehicle go by. We can guess which vehicle that is. But we hear it pass. And then at 20 seconds, we're going to hear the seatbelt alarm go off. Now, at 26 seconds, you can hear the transmission shift as Mr. Bryan puts his truck in park. And then 2 seconds later, you'll hear Mr. Bryan buckle his seatbelt.
Please proceed, Governor.
Now, at about 30 seconds, and I'm going to go through this with you before we play it so you'll know what to listen for, Mr. Bryan utters the famous words, "I'm gonna keep going." And you'll notice that his cell phone is down. This is where he says, "I'm going to keep going." And the state is suggesting to you, if I recall the opening statement and the opening portion today, that this is where Mr. Bryan is turning around to give chase to Mr. Arbery in the moments before his death. But if you listen carefully, I think you'll hear a somewhat different story and a different truth.
You know what?
Mr. Bryan says, "I'm going to keep going." He's put the car in gear. But if you watch, you'll see Mr. Bryan isn't going back towards Mr. Arbery. He's not going back towards the McMichaels. He's going in the opposite direction. And he starts at a high rate of speed. Here, the wheels lose traction slightly.
What?
Now, you can't see yet, but he's not moving towards Mr. Arbery. He's moving away, and you'll see why in a moment. Now here you can see the speedometer is, at this point he's slowed back down. He's at 4 miles an hour at the 51-second mark. And shortly after this, you hear him put the shift the transmission again. And I think you'll see it's clear from the context, which is a K-turn, that he is putting the truck into reverse. And then a few seconds later, he puts it back into drive. This is the K-turn near the top of homes that you see on the reenactment video. Top of homes near Zellwood. Go ahead.
What is wrong with this lawyer?
Okay. When I start the video up, when we start the video up, it's a team project here. When we start the video up, listen for Mr. Bryan's breathing. I think when you hear his breathing, you will hear something different than the state has suggested. Now, I can't tell you how to interpret it, but what I hear is someone who is labored breathing. Breathing as if he was in fear. Also, around the same time, watch Mr. Bryan's leg, which
Is it speculative to describe fear on the basis of breathing that you claim to hear?
That Mr. Bryan's leg is literally shaking. Now, you know, he's not driving a Cadillac. I'm sure there's vibration in the vehicle, but if you watch his leg in relation to the rest of the car, to the rest of the truck, I think you'll agree that Mr. Bryan at this point is shaking. All right, let's try that again.
I don't know.
Very good. Did we play the right portion there, or did we miss it? Okay. All right. At this point, Roddy Bryan is looking down, back down Holmes. Now, what does he do here? He's pulled up his cell phone. His cell phone's been down because he was driving away. When Mr. Bryan said that he was going home, when he said the guy didn't want to be caught, that's all consistent with this video. Now we can see that he's turned around. The question is, ladies and gentlemen, why is he turning around? Technically, this is the shorter path back to his house. It may be easier to get in the driveway. You can see the bushes in the video out front. Maybe. Maybe he's trying to document what's going on. He said that's what he was trying to do. Maybe, and that's just me going out on a limb, I'm going to suggest to you that perhaps, and I know I'll get grief for this, I would submit to you that you can call it karma, you can call it fate, I would call it divine providence. Somebody is guiding Mr. Bryan, whether it's a conscious thought process or not.
What?
Something is guiding Mr. Bryan down this street to document what's going on.
Divine providence?
Just like Mr. Bryan's on his porch. Why does he go out? He doesn't know. He gets in his car, he sits out there, he doesn't even know why. He's being guided, whether that's by a God, if you believe in a God, or by some other entity.
Oh my God.
But do you really believe it's just coincidence or chance? Do you really believe Mr. Bryan is trying to lie or deceive you at this point? But we're going to go ahead and we're going to continue playing the video. Right.
All right, now I think I think now is when we have to cut away,
Mr.
potentially.
Bryan is traveling,
okay,
as he testified, as an agent indicated in the reenactment video. He's traveling at 10 or 15 miles an hour. He's traveling faster than Mr. Arbery. But clearly, if he was trying to hunt him down, he would be going a lot faster. More to the point, at this point, as Mr. Bryan comes around the dog leg, what we're seeing here, I can't be sure whether this is the enhanced video or not.
Uh-oh. Pinch and zoom.
But what we're seeing here in this courtroom with the artificial interior lighting is certainly a better view than Mr. Bryan has actually looking through that phone with the glare and other stuff that's going to be in the car on a sunny day. Anyone who's tried to look at pictures on their phone while they're driving on a day like this understands that sometimes you can't see the phone at all. But assuming that Mr. Bryan has 20/20 vision, and assuming that he has every bit as good a view of his phone as he's driving as you see here, where is Travis McMichael? I can't see Travis McMichael in this picture. Really, honestly, I can't see Greg McMichael in this picture. And I certainly can't see any guns. Now, what's our post on this one? Where is this? This is at 1:15 into a 1:43 video. And Mr. Bryan at this point has no reason to know that the individuals in that truck have guns. All right, let's...
All right, so I believe this is the part we're not supposed to show, so we'll cut away for a moment.
You can still, at this point, I think you can see that there's a shadow, a silhouette of what's Travis McMichael. But from where Mr. Bryan is in his vehicle, again, even if he has a perfect view of his phone, you can't see a weapon. You can't see anybody's armed. All right, we're going to go forward again. At 1:15, now watch, you see that Mr. Bryan's phone is focused to the right of the truck. Why? Because Roddy Bryan doesn't know Matt Albenzi is down on Jones at 220 Satilla with his phone and his gun. The McMichaels know because Mr. Albenzi's given them the hand signal. Mr. Arbery knows because he's run out of the house away from Mr. Albenzi. But Roddy Bryan doesn't know that. Roddy Bryan is thinking that Mr. Arbery, like he has for the last minute or so that he's been out there, that Mr. Arbery is just going to go around the truck like he's gone around the trucks the whole time and head out Satilla towards the exit to the neighborhood. All right, go ahead again.
All right, we're all being very careful, very professional.
1:16, Travis's silhouette should come in view. That's Greg McMichael. Or we passed that. Okay. Now there's Greg McMichael in the back of the truck. Now we know that he has a gun. I think at this point he's on the cell phone. But for Mr. Roddy Bryan's vantage point, looking through this phone as he's trying to drive on a sunny day in his truck, how can Mr. Bryan know that Greg McMichael has a gun or that he's drawn it? He can't.
Cepha Hyde.
To 121, play it to 121.
All right, we're being very, very careful here.
All right, this is 121. You can see Mr. Arbery. You can see how far back Mr. Bryan is. And you can see Mr. Arbery going to the left momentarily. And way over here, and I promise not to touch the screen. This little fuzzy black thing here, this silhouette is Travis McMichael. Where on this video, putting aside the fact that Mr. Bryan's not going to have as good a view driving on a sunny day in his car, from this video alone, where is Mr. Travis McMichael's shotgun? Roddy Bryan can't see any weapon. He has no reason to know that these men are armed. And at this point, there's 20 seconds left in this video. And we're just going to go ahead and play it. And you tell me, in your mind, because you can't tell me, figure out when Roddy Bryan can see Travis McMichael's shotgun.
Careful here.
Because Roddy's looking the wrong way. He's looking to the right, expecting Mr. Arbery to run off.
Oh my God.
Wow. We're now at what? Where are we on the timestamp? 128. We're now at 128. Roddy Bryan has never seen, and I don't care what is in any prior statement, we know looking at this video, Roddy Bryan's never seen the shotgun until after it's been discharged the first time. That's not an opinion. That's fact. You're looking at it. You just never looked at it from this perspective before. Let's go ahead and play the rest of it.
This is edgy. Wow.
That's it? All right. Now again, oh, I already had it there. Having looked at the video again slowly,
Oh, okay, we're
from
okay.
Mr. Bryan's perspective, when did Roddy Bryan know the McMichaels brought guns? I would submit to you that Mr. Bryan doesn't know that there's a gun until it goes off. Not because it wasn't there, but you see what Mr. Bryan is seeing. When did Roddy Bryan know Travis would shoot Mr. Arbery? I would submit to you he can't know until Mr. Arbery is actually shot. And at that point, what could Roddy Bryan do to stop this tragic shooting? The state has thrown out all kinds of theories. He could have honked his horn. He could have gone to the left. He could have gone to the right. He should have backed up. Well, obviously, if Mr. Bryan saw a shotgun pointing down the street in his direction, he probably would have at least ducked. But he doesn't do that because Roddy Bryan can't see the gun. And when the state tells you that he was hunting Mr. Arbery down, what they're trying to tell you is that he's going down the road towards them when he's going up the road away from them. And when he says he turns around, he brings the video back up. He takes the best video that we have, the only video we have of this shooting. So when Mr. Bryan says on the side of the road on February 23rd to Officer Minshew, I was trying to record what happened. I don't know what I got. I think I got 2 or 3. He only got 1. But fortunately, he got the one that you need to figure out what justice is in this case. And again, it's not for Roddy Bryan, it's not for me to say what justice is here between the McMichaels and Mr. Arbery and his family. That's not our call, that's your call. But again, but for Mr. Bryan, whether you call it serendipity, luck, coincidence, or the hand of God here, not once, but twice, has someone who keeps to themselves, who never gets involved in anybody else's business, who is almost a stranger in his own neighborhood, has now gone out and gotten a video, which is the best evidence for you to look at in trying to figure out what happened here. Now, it's going to come up in different contexts, but the judge is going to instruct you on the principle of abandonment. And it has more than one application here, but basically, if somebody abandons a criminal enterprise, then they cannot be held criminally responsible for it. Maybe you believe that Mr. Bryan was attempting to falsely imprison Mr. Arbery. Of course, that would depend on whether or not the McMichaels were authorized to make a citizen's arrest. We'll talk more about those issues later. But this is a defense, and it is the burden of the state to disprove that defense beyond a reasonable doubt. Under the facts of this case, from this video, as we've just gone through it, how could anyone say beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Bryan, having turned away, that he didn't come back for the right reasons? How can one say that he's lied on February 23rd when he says he was trying to get a recording of Mr. Arbery, that he was trying to document what was going on because he thought Mr. Arbery was going to get away and he wanted the police to have that information? Those aren't my words. Those are his words, way back, moments after the shooting. Now, having seen that Mr. Bryan was going away and then turned around and put the video back up, how is that not a reasonable doubt in this case? Now, I don't know what Miss Dunikowski is going to say, is going to say when she gets back up here. I do know that it seems like every technician in creation has been involved in this case. Drone this, footage that, filter this, enhance that.
Pinch and zoom.
We got 20 million frames of every second of the footage in this case. But how, in the course of all that work, does someone who's practically computer illiterate figure out that they have this case all wrong?
Uncharged piccolos?
How is that possible? And how do you know that? Count the gear shifts, ladies and gentlemen. The state's theory is that there's 3 shifts, 3 changes in direction. That's 6 gear shifts. They're not audible. We know what happened. And I don't care what Travis McMichael says. I don't care what anybody else says. I'm looking at the video and I'm listening for the changes. You know that when this right here, when Mr. Arbery turns around and whatever Mr. Bryan thinks he's doing with the wheel, I don't see much actual movement. Okay? I see him at 2 miles an hour and then his foot's off the gas pedal. Whatever Mr. Bryan thinks he did, I don't think it was much. But you know that he's driving away from Mr. Arbery at this point because he can't go back and then go back and then go back again because there aren't enough gear shifts. All right, I think we're done with that one. I want to talk to you about felony murder.
Oh my God.
Now, there are more capable lawyers than I in this courtroom, and they certainly have come up with great ways to analyze all these things that make it simple. I'm just not quite as adept as they are. So if I take a little longer, I apologize.
No. Oh my God.
The predicate offenses for the felony murder counts, those are counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, or counts 6, 7, 8, and 9. And I will address each of the underlying or predicate felonies in a moment. But right now I want to talk about something called proximate cause. Because to support any of the felony murder counts in this case, there has to be a causal relationship to the death of Ahmaud Arbery. And there is no such relationship in this case. Without trying to put words in the court's mouth, I think the court's going to charge you, well, I'm not there yet. You may find the defendant guilty of felony murder if you believe that Mr. Bryan caused the death of Mr. Arbery, regardless of whether Mr. Bryan intended the death to occur. That's felony murder. There must be some causal connection between the felony and the death. The court, I believe, will instruct you that felony murder is not established simply because the death occurred at the same time or shortly after the felony was attempted or committed. The burden on the state is much greater. The felony must have been directly caused, or must have directly caused the death, or played both a substantial and necessary part in causing the death. In this case, you may also consider whether any intervening act, those are my words, whether on the part of the McMichaels or Mr. Arbery were sufficient to break the causal chain of events. Actually, I believe both of the lawyers that preceded me for the McMichael defendants have pointed out the error in the state's argument here. Listen carefully to the court's charge. The words "but for" appear nowhere in that charge. They are not to be found. Why? Because "but for" is not the standard. It's too easy a standard. It's too low a standard. It doesn't meet the law. Why? Mr. Sheffield pointed out that "but for,"
oh no,
I think Mr. Travis McMichael's grandparents, Travis McMichael wouldn't have been there. Likewise, I would say, but for Roddy Bryan's birth, there's no way that this crime could have taken place under the state's reasoning. You know, the same thing could be said, but for Larry English installing surveillance cameras. The McMichaels would never have known that this was the fellow running by them. But for Matt Albenzi pulling out his wood chipper that day and working in the front yard, he never would have saw Mr. Arbery. But for the actions of Robert Rash and Diego Perez, this incident might not have happened. But for Mr. Albenzi calling the normal police number instead of 911, the police might have responded faster and things might have been different. But for Mr. Albenzi cutting off the Satilla Drive exit, Mr. Arbery might have escaped. But for 100 different things, all of which had to come together in the exact sequence for this tragedy to take place, it could not have happened. So simply saying that but for Mr. Bryan being there that day, that's not the standard. And the state doesn't even try and meet the standard that the court is going to instruct you on. And maybe they're just waiting until they have the last word. And all I can say about that is that's just dirty pool. And I certainly hope that's not what's going on. Now, again, with all respect to the state, who have some very capable lawyers, when we look objectively at the events of February 23rd, I would respectfully submit to you that Roddy Bryan's presence is absolutely superfluous and irrelevant to the tragic death of Ahmaud Arbery. Now, that may not be intuitively obvious, but if you think about it, I believe you'll agree. Had Roddy Bryan stayed in bed that day, if Roddy Bryan had stayed on his front porch, would Ahmaud Arbery be alive today? If the state's theory is that these men, and I'm not saying that's the case, you decide what the deal is with the co-defendants.
He's kind of throwing the other defendants under the bus. I like it.
Vigilantes and harbored some ill will towards Mr. Arbery, then what difference does it make whether Roddy Bryan is there or not? Mr. Arbery can't outrun bullets. They've been chasing him for a while, and he's at practically point-blank range even before he comes around the truck. The problem is, for the state, that Mr. Albenzi, thankfully not indicted, not yet anyway, Mr. Albenzi is down the street with his firearm. Roddy Bryan doesn't know that. That's why Roddy Bryan goes down Satilla momentarily as Mr. Bryan is turning up the road. You'll remember the testimony where the state was trying to say that Mr. Bryan was trying to run him over, when in fact, Mr. Arbery had already turned up Holmes by the time Mr. Bryan put his car in reverse. One of them, several times, they incorrectly stated he was trying to run Mr. Arbery over. The reason that Mr. Bryan is continuing down Satilla is he doesn't know that Mr. Albenzi is there. He can't. But Mr. Arbery does, which is why Mr. Arbery is not going to go down that way. Now, my point to you is, Mr. Arbery is on foot. The McMichaels are in a pickup truck. We know they circle around all the way up Zellwood to the top of Holmes. How does Mr. Bryan's presence on the road that day, whatever he thought he was doing, okay? Because if the idea is that he imprisoned Mr. Arbery by himself, that somehow, and those are the words he uses, that he cornered Mr. Arbery by himself, I guess, between his truck and the mailbox, I don't know, between his truck and the marsh, I don't know, the state will have to explain the theory to you, but the truck can go a lot faster. Mr. Arbery, if he's superhuman, might be doing 5 or 6 miles an hour, maybe 7. That pickup truck is capable of probably driving 100 miles an hour.
Superhuman is 7 miles an hour? Has this guy ever been to a gym?
The road has nothing to do with the ability of the McMichael defendants to cut Mr. Arbery off. Why? Because even though Roddy Bryan doesn't know it, Matt Albenzi's cut off one of the 2 exits from the neighborhood, and the McMichaels are already at the top of Holmes. They've cut off the
6 to 7 is just a basic jog.
Bryan is not trapping Mr. Arbery. He's trapped the moment the McMichaels get to the top of Holmes. It doesn't really matter what Roddy does. Now, they do come down the road, and there is a brief time period before the shooting where technically Mr. Bryan is behind Mr. Arbery. But it's clear by this point, it's certainly clear to Mr. Arbery, that he cannot outrun the McMichaels. No matter where he goes, they can follow. So again, how is Mr. Bryan's presence on this day in any meaningful way the cause of this shooting? And by the time Mr. Bryan gets around the dog leg, Mr. Arbery is already well within range of the shotgun that Travis McMichael is holding and the handgun that Gregory McMichael has. So If their intention, and again, I'm not suggesting that it's their intention, but if the McMichaels meant harm to Mr. Arbery, if they meant to shoot him that day, what in the world does Mr. Bryan's presence out there have to do with anything? I would submit to you that this is basically all a smokescreen from the state, because Mr. Bryan's presence doesn't contribute in a direct or substantial way to the death of Mr. Arbery.
Yeah, basically this guy isn't smart enough, athletic enough, or aware enough to have been involved in the crime.
One more proximate cause issue I want to discuss on these 4 felony murder counts, because it's basically the same issue. And the issue, the principle is one of intervening acts. The judge is going to instruct you that that the causation must be direct and it must be substantial. And although the charge doesn't use the words, essentially it must be unbroken. Anything that breaks the chain of causation prevents a return of a verdict on felony murder.
Objection. Obviously, there's an issue. That is.
Mr. Goff, if we could please, if you were going to make representation with regard to the law that will be charged to the jury,
yes,
if we could remain within the charge that has already been approved by the court and that will be read by the court.
Let me, thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, man.
Let me go back and make sure I haven't misspoken.
It actually would be reasonable for the judge here to say, how much longer do you plan to go on?
Caused the death or played a substantial and necessary part in causing the death. In this case, what I'm suggesting to you is that if either the actions of Mr. Arbery or the actions of Travis McMichael or the actions of both contributed to Mr. Arbery's death, then Mr. Bryan cannot be the direct, the substantial, and the necessary cause of that death.
Right.
What am I talking about?
That's what we want to know.
I think it's already been referenced. I could be wrong. I don't want to misspeak. That that Ahmaud Arbery turns in front of the vehicle at the last, the white pickup truck at the last moment, and basically meets Travis McMichael in the front of the truck. We can't see in front of the truck, but we know that's where they are. The question for you is, and I'm not trying to decipher who did what or why, because from Mr. Bryan's perspective, it doesn't matter. It does for yours, but from Mr. Bryan's perspective, it doesn't matter. But Mr. Arbery's decision at that last moment to turn left instead of right, as Mr. Bryan would have expected, as you can tell from the way he's angling his phone, anticipating Mr. Arbery's path of travel, when Mr. Arbery turns to the left, does that not break the causal chain in this case? I would submit that it does. Whether Mr. Arbery is justified in turning and coming at Mr. McMichael or not, that's for you to decide. That affects other people in this case. But Mr. Bryan is not responsible for that. That breaks the chain. The causal chain is no longer substantial and necessary. It's no longer direct. Likewise, when Mr. Travis McMichael closes the distance from to the left of the truck as you're looking at it on the screen towards the middle of the truck, or exactly where, I'll let y'all figure that out. But when Travis McMichael does that, regardless of whether Travis McMichael is justified in doing so, doesn't that also break the direct causation? Does it not also break the substantial and necessary part of Mr. Bryan in causing the death of Mr. Arbery. I would submit to you that Mr. Bryan cannot be the direct and substantial and necessary cause of Mr. Arbery's death. Whether that is the fault, for lack of a better phrase, of Mr. McMichael, the fault of Mr. Arbery, or the fault of both, or simply throughout without any fault on either part, an unavoidable tragedy. Why should Roddy Bryan be held responsible for that? I would submit to you under the law that Mr. Bryan cannot be guilty of any of the felony murder counts for that reason alone. All right, we're to count 6.
Oh my God.
Count 6 alleges aggravated assault by shooting. Now, we know that Roddy Bryan did not shoot Mr. Arbery. The theory here is parties to a crime. And again, how can Mr. Bryan intentionally help commit a crime that he has no reason to believe is about to take place? When did Mr. Bryan see the gun? When does Mr. Bryan know they're armed? At what point? At that point, what can Mr. Bryan do about it? Again, you've seen from the video that by the time Mr. Bryan knows that the McMichaels are armed, it's mere seconds before the shooting takes place. So the idea that Mr. Bryan's going to get out of his car or honk or yell, stop, we know that's fantasy on the part of the state. What's going to happen is going to happen at that point. Mr. Bryan cannot be guilty as a party to the crime because he can't intentionally help commit a crime he doesn't have reason to believe is going to take place. And he doesn't help. The McMichaels could have shot Mr. Arbery. Had that been their intention, the McMichaels could have shot Mr. Arbery before he got to Roddy Bryan's driveway. They could have done it the whole time. That's got nothing to do with Roddy Bryan. They don't need Roddy Bryan's help to shoot this young man. And I'm not implying guilt or innocence here. It's not my call. That's your call for the other defendants. But what does that have to do with Mr. Bryan? That takes us back to aggravated assault, count 7. I've discussed the physical evidence with you before, the lack thereof, and I'm going to go through that just as quickly as I can. I would note that the state presented no rebuttal evidence during the trial of the case. And so the evidence is the same as it was when we first had this conversation. I would submit to you that Roddy Bryan isn't out there like Evel Knievel, tearing up his neighbor's yards. How do we know that? First, where are the pictures of the damage done by his truck tires? There's no evidence of that. Second, there's no evidence neighbors complained or reported destruction. Third, there's no evidence of landscaping material or other material on the underside of his truck. How could this be with the deep, perhaps watery drain? I think the evidence was conflicting. Drainage ditch running along much of Burford. Again, the context is key. I believe counsel for one of the McMichaels pointed the same thing out, basically. How hard can it be to evade and elude someone who can't go off-road without doing more damage than the neighbors would allow? There's no evidence from the truck's computer system. Roddy Bryan, again, is either the smartest guy in the room, or I guess he's just the luckiest guy in the world, because when he speaks to Minshew on the scene, and later to Lowry, Detective Lowry, that Sunday afternoon, he has no way of knowing whether that information has or will be preserved. Nor is there any evidence that Roddy Bryan tampered with it. Certainly, you can't blame him that law enforcement wait several months to pursue that evidence. There's no evidence that Mr. Bryan deleted or edited the video from 223 either. We know he couldn't, practically speaking. He watched it at the same time as the police officer. Where is the physical evidence on the roadway of Mr. Bryan's aggressive driving? Where are the tire tracks, the brake marks, the skid marks? For all the times Mr. Bryan supposedly has stopped short or changed direction so that it doesn't destroy anything. There's simply no physical evidence of aggressive driving. What about the lumber in the back of the truck? The evidence shows it's still in the back of his truck afterwards. There's no evidence that any of those timbers went through the back of his windshield. No evidence Mr. Bryan had to drive back around the neighborhood picking them up. No evidence of damage to the bed line or the tailgate. I don't believe there's evidence of even a scratch attributed to all the acrobatic maneuvers implied by the state. I'm not sure there's even a picture of the front of Mr. Bryan's truck in evidence, but if there is, I'm sure Ms. Dunikowski will provide it for you. Nobody's been looking for that evidence because there was no crime to investigate. There are no witnesses. Nobody will testify that they saw Mr. Bryan drive aggressively or recklessly. No neighbors will testify to that because it didn't happen. We have a neighborhood chock full of security videos. None of them catch this aggressive driving. What does the medical examiner tell us? The medical examiner testified extensively in this trial. He testified, I believe, that the pickup truck could be a deadly weapon, depending on the manner in which it was used, and that's consistent with the charge this court is going to give you. But what evidence is there that Mr. Bryan did, in fact, injure Mr. Arbery? I don't recall there being any testimony of any physical injuries to Mr. Arbery attributable to Mr. Bryan's actions. The cause of death was gunshot. Let's talk about the fingerprint evidence for a moment. The fingerprint or palm print is at the driver's side door on the side of the pickup truck. Mr. Bryan points this out in the minutes after the shooting to Officer Minshew. There are no prints or cotton fibers on the front of the truck or on the back of the truck. Now, last I checked, unless you're a Hollywood stunt person, maybe a veteran of Fast and Furious, Tokyo Drift, you're not in control unless you're out of control. I think that was the trailer for the movie. Absent something extraordinary like that, we know that pickup trucks don't move sideways. We also know, when I said earlier there was no witness, we have a witness, and that's Travis McMichael. Travis McMichael testified about the events of 2/23/20. Travis McMichael did not testify to aggressive driving on the part of Roddy Bryan. Travis McMichael testified, I believe, to Mr. Arbery attempting to get in Roddy Bryan's vehicle, not once, but twice. Carjacking is a felony. Attempted carjacking is a felony. You will be charged on what attempt is. But the point here is that the objective evidence is not that Mr. Bryan was engaged in aggressive behavior. The evidence is that Mr. Arbery was. And I don't say that as a measure of disrespect to Mr. Arbery. That's just what the testimony is. And I think the state questioned that. I could be wrong, but I could remind the jury, I believe during the testimony of Special Agent Jason Sechrist, during that testimony, I believe I specifically referenced page 54 of that transcript. There's a time there when Roddy Bryan is testifying and he says, he's coming back at me and I'm like, oh, blank, excuse me, again. And I started a kind of evasive action, which we see on the video, and dropped the phone. So, long before Mr. Bryan has any reason to believe that anybody else has seen this, he's provided that information. I'm getting a look. What time is it? Getting back to Mr. Bryan's statements, as I've indicated before, context is the key. It's not what the words Mr. Bryan's using. It's the truth, the meaning that he's attempting to convey with them. And I think I may have used the example before. If I were to say, I ran into your ex in the parking lot at Walmart, you wouldn't assume I ran them over, although technically you could interpret the words that way. There are a lot of words that we use. When we talk on this coming weekend, when Bulldog fans talk about wrecking tech, we don't actually expect that they will. It's a figure of speech. And again, through the examination of these officers, we see that the words that the state has taken have been taken out of context. We see that they've been juxtaposed in inappropriate ways to suggest a conversation that was different than it was. But I can tell you remember this discussion previously, so I'm going to truncate that discussion by pointing out the obvious. 3 police officers interview Roddy Bryan. They don't Mirandize him. They don't tell him that he's under investigation, because he's not. At the time of all these interviews, Roddy Bryan is a witness. At the conclusion of the Glenn County Police Department report, Roddy Bryan is still a witness. Roddy Bryan may not be careful with his words because Roddy Bryan's never been told anybody's looking at him. But the bottom line is this. 3 good, solid police officers that you heard testify all interviewed Mr. Bryan. All of them write written summaries of their reports. I think I went through the 5-page version of Mr. Sechrest. I think I went through the versions of the other officers, not the transcripts, but their actual summaries. 3 police officers who know exactly what they're doing interview Mr. Bryan. None of them interpret his words to suggest that he committed an aggravated assault. None of them interpret his words to suggest that he was involved in any false imprisonment. None of them hear that in what he says. And I would humbly suggest to you that if 3 police officers interview Mr. Bryan for what turns out to be a total of hours, okay, you remember we had an argument about how long the transcripts were and what that would mean. I don't care how you break it down. 3 experienced police officers interviewed Mr. Bryan. None of them summarized for their superiors that Mr. Bryan attempted to run over Mr. Arbery, attempted to strike Mr. Arbery, or attempted to imprison Mr. Arbery. It's not there. And if that isn't a reasonable doubt on count 7 aggravated assault, I just don't know what it would be. Before I leave count 7, I do want to discuss lesser offenses. I'm not really sure why we call them lesser offenses, but that's what we call them. With respect to the aggravated assault count, with respect to Mr. Bryan only, the court is going to charge you on 3 lesser offenses. 2 of them are pretty much garden variety. One of them is a traffic offense. We'll leave those for your consideration. The 3rd one I do want to discuss, however, that is reckless conduct. We don't see that one as often, so let me take a minute and discuss that. In reckless conduct, that offense is committed when a person commits reckless conduct when that person endangers the bodily safety of another person by consciously disregarding a substantial and unjustifiable risk that his act or omission will cause harm or endanger the safety of the other person. And the disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care which a reasonable person would exercise. I would suggest to you that Mr. Bryan did not consciously disregard a substantial unjustifiable risk in operating his motor vehicle. We would submit to you that Mr. Bryan did not commit any offense in the operation of his motor vehicle. But this is before you, and if you decide that you believe Mr. Bryan's guilty of that, then Mr. Bryan will have to live with the consequences. We have 2 counts left, and Your Honor, I'm getting a look, and I don't know whether that means
from whom.
I think the jury might want a break. It's there. That's up to them. Head shaking no. Okay. Well, then that's the answer. Sometimes when people are shaking their heads, you don't know what they mean. All right.
Dear God.
Sometimes people are shaking their heads. Yeah, he's crazy. I get it. All right. Let's talk a little bit about false imprisonment. Mr. Bryan never denied following Mr. Arbery. Mr. Bryan has never denied, quote unquote, angling his vehicle ahead of Mr. Arbery, although he did not use the words in the first interview as the state had suggested. He did use that word subsequently. Mr. Bryan's never denied blocking Mr. Arbery's path of travel. He's never denied cutting in ahead of Mr. Arbery. He's admitted that he did that several times, but as to exactly how many times or where or when, I believe the state acknowledged in their opening that they really didn't know the path of travel. It is essentially speculation. But what we've shown you, I think, at this point is that although Mr. Bryan did all those things, that's not a false imprisonment. Among other things, Mr. Bryan with his own vehicle can't do that on his own. And we know that the McMichael vehicle has gone back down Satilla to Zellwood and all the way around, which is why Mr. Arbery is alone there for key parts of this encounter. All right. The court will charge you on the law with respect to false imprisonment. This is count 8. The McMichael attorneys have already gone over this in some detail. I'll try to avoid that same ground. First, where there is no confinement, no detention, there can be no false imprisonment. That's the law, pretty basic. Mr. Arbery never really stopped. He never submitted. I think the state's position was that Mr. Arbery resisted to the end of his life. And in saying that, I mean no disrespect to Ahmaud Arbery. I do not wish in any way to lessen the magnitude of this tragedy. I'm simply applying the relevant law to the facts. I'm going to use a different example to kind of illustrate the point I'm trying to make. I try to be humorous at sometimes the humor is not successful. If it's not, please don't hold it against Mr. Bryan. To illustrate the point I'm trying to make here, let us consider the classic example of a bank robbery.
Okay.
A man with a gun enters the bank and yells, "Get down on the ground. I will shoot." There are 3 customers in the bank. The first is a lawyer. The second is a school teacher. The third is a college freshman listening to music, texting a girl, and late for class. Now, instead of getting on the ground, and before the robber can even finish his thought, the lawyer foolishly asks, "Hey, don't I know you?" The lawyer gets shot. He instantly dies. This is murder, or felony murder. However, this is not false imprisonment. The second customer, the school teacher, says, "Please don't shoot me. I have children. I'm taking a busload of kids to the museum." She gets on the ground. The school teacher has complied with the robber's commands. She's shaken but otherwise okay. The school teacher, she has been falsely imprisoned. The third customer, the college freshman, for whatever reason, ignores the bank robber. The college freshman says nothing, but runs out the door just as fast as he can. He never looks back. When his parents call later that day asking how he's doing, the college freshman doesn't even mention his near-death experience. The college freshman, although certainly fortunate to be alive, has not been falsely imprisoned. Likewise, in the case before us under Georgia law, I would respectfully submit to you whatever other crimes may have been committed that day, Mr. Arbery was not falsely imprisoned prior to his tragic death. Now, Ms. Donikoski may see things differently. For reasons that should soon be clear, she may contend, remember, under Georgia law, she always gets the last word, that Mr. Arbery did somehow submit in the last moments of his life to a combination of the harsh verbal commands of the McMichael defendants, if they did so, and the brandishment of the shotgun, if that happened. That's not exactly the way I recall the evidence, but I would submit that there's still no false imprisonment here as a matter of law. Why? Please look more carefully at count 8. Mr. Bryan is not charged with falsely imprisoning Mr. Arbery with either verbal commands or guns. That is not how the indictment reads. It alleges that Mr. Arbery was confined and detained, quote unquote, using said pickup trucks. The Cobb County District Attorney, I would suggest that you should hold them to that language. Nor does count 8 allege that Mr. Arbery was falsely imprisoned on Burford. Count 9 alleges an attempt to commit false imprisonment on Burford. We'll come back to that. But count 8 does not allege that Mr. Arbery was falsely imprisoned on Burford. Now, that may be where the state contends the chase started, but the indictment alleges that false imprisonment with pickup trucks happened on Holmes. The state contends that what you see on the that's what the state contends you see on the now famous video. We'll come back to that. There are several legal principles we should review before we move on.
He's still coming back to stuff.
I've discussed this. Abandonment is a defense to the charge of false imprisonment. And I think I've been through that, so I won't torture you with that again.
This is brutal. It really is. By the way, someone put this together, and I like it very much, from earlier today. It's pretty solid.
We're getting here. Things I've already covered, I'm not going to repeat for you. All right. to find.
Oops, that's McGarfield Comics.
We've covered that.
Thanks to Kathy Fleming for signing up on my website, joinpacman.com. Kathy's new member number 74 today. We have a new coupon code. OBAMNA is the code.
False imprisonment. OBAMNA! Count 9, Roddy Bryan is charged with attempted false imprisonment on Burford Drive. He's not charged with attempted false imprisonment on Holmes, only Burford. There are reasons for that, but they're really not relevant to this discussion. The court will charge you that in order to commit the crime of criminal attempt to commit false imprisonment, the state must prove intent to commit false imprisonment, because that's required to be a party to the crime. In other words, to prove an attempt, which is what is known as an inchoate crime, the state must show Mr. Bryan's specific intent to falsely imprison Arbery. In other words, for the attempt charge, Mr. Bryan would have to know that the McMichaels with whom he had not spoken lacked probable cause. Now, whether you ultimately determine that the McMichaels had probable cause or that Mr. Bryan had it on his own, there obviously was some considerable testimony about his trailer being taken, something taken out of a family member's truck. He had indicated he got the security system because of concerns. He had heard a bunch of stuff at work, but specifically with respect to the McMichaels, because he's not spoken to the McMichaels, he can't have the specific intent to help them falsely imprison Mr. Arbery. It's just a quirk of the law that he can't be convicted on that basis. Now, almost done. When I go home this evening to 174 St. Clair, I will be sleeping soundly for the first time in a while, because this case hopefully will have been submitted to you by then, and my work will be done. Ms. Dunikowski is going to get the last word. I ask yourselves to ask the questions that I will not be able to. Please don't allow any more cheap shots, no more gotcha moments in this case. You will recall the state, I believe that was Miss Dunikowski, playing the video of a utility truck stopping at the English residence, and the guy jumps out to use the porta potty, which was relevant to absolutely nothing other than Miss Dunikowski's desire to reinforce for you the fact that Mr. Arbery was dead. That was clearly inappropriate. It was what I call a gotcha moment, and I would submit there's already been too much of it.
Why did he give his address? Anybody know?
Come in here trying to tell you who you should believe. Again, please no more cheap shots in closing. And then, of course, we have the state talking about the death penalty for theft, for which they were admonished by the court. Now, I'm not trying to rub it in, but I would suggest to you that given all of the cheap shots and all of the misstatements, I won't say they're knowing, we won't be jumping any assumptions, but given all the cheap shots in this case against Mr. Bryan, I would hope that when Ms. Dunikowski has the last word here, that you will hold her accountable and that you will not accept or tolerate any more cheap shots when I have no opportunity to respond. Again, I'm going to posit these three questions to you.
Oh my God.
When did Roddy Bryan know the McMichaels brought guns? When did Roddy Bryan know Travis McMichael would shoot Mr. Arbery? And at that point, what could Roddy Bryan possibly have done to stop it? Mr. Bryan put his faith in the Glenn County Police Department. And then he put his faith in the GBI. He put his trust in law enforcement. He put his trust in our government to do the right thing by him. His trust was not rewarded, and now he finds himself before you. We place Roddy Bryan's fate in your hands. We ask you to return a verdict of not guilty on all counts. I ask you to send Roddy Bryan home. Thank you.
Wow. A never-ending closing statement. from the guy concerned about too many black pastors in the room.
All right, thank you, counsel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a 15-minute recess. We need to work through some scheduling issues and figure out where we are, and we will bring you back out for a continuation of the case or other announcements in about 15 minutes. Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
I do want to say thank you to so many people who have welcomed us back to Twitch after our 11-day suspension. Those people include, let me make sure I get everybody here, Blueberry Babe, Half Cabbage, another Blueberry gave two gifts, Some Wild Poos, Bone Master, Nug Wrangler, Try Killer Eric, Margot Cabot, Deb Andrew, Glymer Girl, another gift from Blueberry Babe, a Braden CB,
it is,
and Rumham.
Almost 4:45. As far as the state's remainder of closing.
Yes, Judge. I'm going to take the full 2 hours. I have way too much to talk
Wow.
about and to rebut, given the excellent 3 closing arguments that were just done by the defense attorneys.
She will take the full 2 hours.
Letter from counsel.
Yeah, Your Honor, thank you. We're ready to hear it. We're hopeful to hear the complete closings tonight. It seems like the jury wants to keep going.
Wow.
And we're prepared to stay and listen attentively and I guess then do charge in the morning.
That's the position of Greg McMichael as well. They do seem to want to continue on, and you said they've been very actively engaged.
They do. Everybody seems to want to be done before Thanksgiving.
I lost 12 through that. 12 seemed actually quite attentive.
Yes, agreed.
Can someone tell me what happened with Juror 12? Did Juror 12 fall asleep at some point? I don't know the reference.
Conflicts or issues with them knowing that there are 2 hours potentially of argument and that they won't get the case tonight because the court is going to charge them tomorrow. Okay. Anybody have any objection?
No objection to inquiring what the jury wants to do.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
No objection.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to break then. Let me break and we'll make that inquiry. I'll notify counsel of the result of that inquiry.
All right, so the judge presiding very strongly over the case here. One of the defense wanted Juror 12 dismissed for sleeping, but prosecution didn't see it and judge didn't see it. Okay, fair. I want to say thank you to Luciano Quinones, who just signed up on my website with the coupon code OBAMNA. And his new member number 89. If you're just joining us today, the coupon code Uncharged Pickles is done. But we have a new code, OBAMNA, and I would love it if you grabbed a membership on my website, joinpacman.com. I also want to say thanks to some great people over on Twitch. We made our triumphant and defiant return to Twitch today after an 11-day ban. I want to say thanks to Jay Noble, Symbolic Gamer, and Dilbert93, putting us at 92 today. Now, I will not be streaming this live, but we will have a very, very powerful element tomorrow on the podcast, an audio-visual element of the Tucker Carlson, Kyle Rittenhouse interview. A few clips have been released, and I'm going to play them for you here. Let's take a look.
I tell everybody there what happened. I said I had to do it. I was just attacked. I was dizzy. I was vomiting. I couldn't breathe.
That is one clip that has been released. Oh, thanks to Sam Gishel for the Twitch Prime sub, sending us the message Obamna. Here is the next Tucker Carlson, Kyle Rittenhouse clip. Full interview is tonight.
This case has nothing to do with race. It never had anything to do with race. It had to do with the right to self-defense.
Right.
I'm not a racist person. I support the BLM movement. I support peacefully demonstrating. And I believe there needs to be change. I believe there's a lot of prosecutorial misconduct, not just in my case, but in other cases. And it's just amazing to see how much a prosecutor can take advantage of somebody.
One of the funniest things to me about all of this is that maybe he feared for his life and maybe not guilty is the right verdict. But what difference does it make what an 18-year-old thinks about this stuff? Like, he's just a guy who killed two people. He's not, like, who cares? By the way, a lot of right-wingers triggered that he says he supports BLM. You can search Twitter and find apoplectic tweets about he's not one of us and all of this different stuff. It's pretty interesting. Here's one more legal opinion here from Kyle Rittenhouse.
It wasn't Kyle Rittenhouse on trial in Wisconsin. It was the right to self-defense on trial. Right. And if I was convicted, no one would ever be privileged to defend their life against attackers. It wasn't Kyle Rittenhouse.
Oh man, like who cares? It's weird. Like, the real questions are, in my mind, his attorney, is it Mark Richards, was interviewed the day of the verdict or the day after and said, Kyle has told me if he could do it over again, he just wouldn't even have gone. His mom said to Sean Hannity, if we were to do it all over again, he would have done the exact same thing. I would hope that Tucker Carlson asks that question. I don't know if he will. Let's see if there's any other clips that have been released. I'm guessing it's just those three. Self-defense, case has nothing to do with race. Yeah, it seems like those are the only clips that have been released, which makes sense. Actually, let's just see here on the Fox News website. Let's see what this is about.
Out exclusively to Fox News in her first interview since her son was acquitted on all counts in the trial that divided the country. Wendy Rittenhouse describing the moments she heard the not guilty verdicts and how the trial has affected her son and her family. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Fox News Live. I'm Arthel Neville. Hi, Eric.
Hi, Arthel. Everyone, thank you for joining us here on Fox News Channel this afternoon. Reaction to Rittenhouse's acquittal continues to ripple across our nation. There have been protests in several cities ongoing this weekend, with police declaring one in Portland, Oregon, a riot. Lawmakers also weighing in, including House Judiciary Chair Jerry Nadler. He calls for the Department of Justice to review the verdict. Meantime, Kyle Rittenhouse's mother on what she says her son is thinking and now feeling.
He does have remorse, and like if people say if he can do it again, he would. I said he would do it again, but talking to him now, he would never want down there if this ever happened again.
So she's changed her position on that. Okay. Interesting.
He would never.
More of that exclusive interview in a moment, but first let's go to senior correspondent Mike Tobin. He's live in Kenosha, Wisconsin, with the very latest from there. Hi, Mike.
All right. So there's that. We're going to have that tonight. I am curious if we can get a live shot in Kenosha right now just to see what's going on. Kenosha and live. Let's see what we've got here. Not clear that there's anything live happening there at this time. Okay. So we don't even need to bother with that. That's totally fine. It was just more of a curiosity as to what's going on there. So tomorrow we will review that. It's completely plausible that they've decided the best possible thing in terms of the framing for this interview is to kind of play to the middle, play to the Second Amendment self-defense people, play to the I support BLM stuff, and that might reduce the temperature the most. I don't know. It's certainly an interesting question. And all we can do is wait and see tonight. That, quite frankly, I mean, that's really all that we can do. So we'll be covering that tomorrow. Let me get to some super chats because we've been neglecting them as we've been listening here. Juror 12 was the last black juror. They were trying to get rid of them by saying they were sleeping. Oh my God, is that true? What's the time limit on the closing argument so far? It has to be close, right? I don't know that they established a time limit, but maybe it's 2 hours per person, which is why the prosecutor there referred to the full 2 hours. This is the Chewbacca defense. Any update on when the food will arrive? I thought it was always noon.
Warm food around noon.
He's repeatedly asked for a mistrial. At this point, he's like, the soles of my shoes are black. The jury can see them. This warrants a mistrial. Was that a Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift reference? Dear God, that I don't know. If it was, I didn't recognize it. I don't know anything about that. That's definitely not an area in which I am well versed. Let me get to a few additional voicemails that have been coming in here. Let's take a look.
Hey, David. Stephen from Wisconsin. So you listened to that interview earlier where Donald Trump said no president has been assaulted as bad as him. And I mean, you were laughing at him. You were making seasoning jokes, paprika, bay seasoning, Lawry's.
Hey, is this voicemail clear to you guys? Because to me, it sounds completely muddled. Like it's intelligible, but it's very, very, it's not exactly pristine audio, high fidelity audio. It's muffled for you guys as well. Okay. Starting to wonder if I'm having a hearing problem here.
Whatever it was. And I just think that's ridiculous. I mean, it's obvious no president has been assaulted the way Donald Trump has. Not Abe Lincoln, not John F. Kennedy, not Teddy Roosevelt. No, nobody's been under assault or been assaulted the way Donald Trump has. So I just think that I just wanted to call and clear that up. You know?
Is that a joke? Can you guys tell if that's a joke? Very, very strange.
Hey, David, what's up, man? It's Brandon from Connecticut. Just think you'd find this funny. I work in telemarketing, and my name is actually Brandon. And with the recent catchphrase of conservative, I've actually, thought about potentially going by a pseudonym at work. But yeah, I just thought you guys would get.
Can you imagine if people named Brandon are having to think of changing their name?
A kick out of that, and I guess I know what it's like to be a Karen now.
Yeah, quite frankly. Quite frankly.
Hey, David. Dave from California. Don't you think it's funny that Kyle Rittenhouse's original lawyers were just using him to raise money, and that Fox News was just using him because it was going to be a big story?
Right.
And it was only his second team of lawyers said, this guy is facing murder charges. He can go away forever.
Okay. Very, very important.
Hi, David. I had a question on a video that you posted about doing jury duty. Do you think that having professional jurors would render more accurate verdicts? Like professional jurors that are, say, trained in the law to some basic degree and trained in forensic science.
Yeah, I've talked about this. I think it would solve some problems, but create others. And I think it's a very, very complicated thing, extremely complicated thing. But I have addressed that before.
Hi, David. This is Jeff from Colorado. I just heard your session on the new Democratic talking points, and I absolutely agree that the Democrats need to take a more aggressive talking set of points that will mobilize its base. And I think that it should be generally based on facts,
Okay. Yeah, I do agree with that. I do agree with that.
Hey, David. Just out of curiosity, are you more of a Valcarce kind of guy when it comes to alfajores, or are you more of a Jorgito or Habana? Let me know.
Yeah, I'm partial to Habana, quite frankly.
I figure you'll be able to locate him.
Important question. Important question. Very aggressive voicemails here. So now we will continue with the rebuttal. This is going to be quite a scene, I believe.
Mr.
I believe we have a issue. We can proceed.
Okay, I'm assuming it's not with.
No, I don't think Frank is.
Please proceed, Governor.
All right, two things. First is apparently the group that has stayed in the front of the courthouse for the last 5.5 weeks or how long we've been going has started marching around the courthouse. And apparently they just did one circuit of the courthouse, and that's continuing. Because of that, I've asked the bailiffs to go ahead and move the jury from an exterior deliberation room to an interior deliberation room. So we're going to go ahead and do that just so that there's no issues with the panel and whatever may be going on outside. So that's one. Two is I did address the panel, indicated to them that the state believed it had about 2 hours of argument, that the court would still need to charge the jury before we got into deliberations, and in all probability that charge would occur tomorrow. I left the room, asked that they go ahead and notify the court where they were, and the note that I got back is we would like to leave.
Oh, wow.
So, based on that, I'm going to go ahead and break for the day.
Wow.
I'm going to start a little bit earlier tomorrow, so we gain a little bit of time. So I'm planning to start at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Start at 8:30 tomorrow morning, and continue with closing arguments at that time. Anything from the state?
Nothing from the state, except I was informed that this coffin situation that Mr. Goff was talking about did not have the defendants' names on them. They actually had the names of Mr. Arbery and I think George Floyd on them. So for the purposes of the record, and I didn't see this personally, I was informed by my people that it was misrepresented of what names were on these coffins that were being shown outside as if it was somehow the defendant's names, and that's not the case, is what I've been informed, just for the record.
And I did ask the sheriff if that was the case. I haven't seen them, and so I'm only relying on what I'm being told, so I wasn't going to spend a lot of time on the record, but that's consistent with what I was told. Again, I didn't see them. There's nothing before the court. I'm just basing this on representations made by counsel and what I've been told by the sheriff's department.
In addition, I only have one other issue that I think needs to be taken up as sidebar, if we could approach about that at some point.
Is it substantive, logistics? Because with the defendants, is it something I need the defendants present for? Why don't you talk to counsel before we do it?
Yes, I can talk to Mr. Goff about that.
Okay.
And counsel about that.
Okay. Why don't we, when we break then, let's hold the defendants and let counsel discuss whatever needs to be discussed.
Thank you, Judge.
See what happens.
One last thing. When their jurors are leaving today, if there is this commotion, I expect you've got this all covered, but...
Then discuss with the sheriff's department, and there's a plan in place so that, to my satisfaction, I don't believe there will be any issues.
Okay, and so that you and I are using the same idea when we talk about issues, surely that I understand that their safety would be protected. Will they actually be aware, however, of what's been going on as they leave?
How could they not?
Let's go ahead and talk about this
in chambers.
In chambers.
All right, very good. Thank you, Your Honor.
On that note, Your Honor, the issue that we have is making sure that the record is clear that they have heard or haven't. That's number one. Number two, that they don't feel like or made to feel like they're in danger by ushering them into internal rooms, which I understand is necessary, but I worry that the act of doing so creates an issue. Maybe that's not beyond it.
A little bit more than so. When I walked in, I could hear some noise outside. It's muffled. You can't really hear it. But I was listening for it because it was the first time I've been in that room during really the proceedings.
Okay.
I heard something and did in fact say, "Oh, have y'all been hearing this?" And the response was, "Oh, we just heard that." That's it. So no, and it's muffled. You can't actually hear what it is. You just hear there's a commotion. What I heard was just it. Apparently, right as I went into the room, a group went around the side of the building. So it was on my radar, and just for the record, heard it. And no, it is not. It is not. I understand the concern, and I'm understanding where we are with the case. I thought I'd put it on the record simply to say, here's what we're doing. But no, they're not being moved because there's a commotion outside. They're being moved because I thought, based simply upon that and me hearing that, it was in the best interest of the court to go ahead and put them into one of the courtrooms interior.
Thank you. Also, if the court could put in place something to prevent during deliberation people walking around the courthouse, it's not a necessary feature of the First Amendment that they walk on all four sides of the courthouse to make their First Amendment speech heard and known. If we could keep them on the front, if the court could do that with the Sheriff's Department, we would ask that you do that. We just think this is a tipping point issue for the jury if there's any chance of them hearing that or seeing that.
I'll think that through. Candidly, I have some concerns about doing that, only that any action of the court or the Sheriff's Department generally is met with some type of a reaction. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to create problems where there aren't any. It's just a matter of this afternoon there was a group that walked around the courthouse and I could hear it. That's one thing. If it is something different or becomes much more significant, then I need to figure out how to address that and make sure that there isn't an issue with the jury. I'll go ahead and do that. Understand the concern though. I think I've worked through the McMichaels and Mr. Bryan.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, I'm going to bring the panel in. I'll dismiss them for the day, and then I'll step down if counsel could discuss whatever you need to discuss, and then let me know if there is something we need to do on the record before the defendants. If not, it sounds like I probably need to meet with you all in the back anyway based on the questions that were asked by Ms. Hogue. Okay. All right, let's get the panel.
Why do I get the sense that this judge is... what's the word I'm looking for? Sort of neutrally concerned with following the proper procedure above sort of optics and personal... I don't know. I don't even know. Like, yeah, it's a normal judge. Why do I get the feeling that this is a normal judge? I want to say thanks to King Makian for subscribing via Twitch, putting us at 94. It's so great to be back on Twitch, out of Twitch prison. And it's fantastic to be back. I appreciate everybody who's been dropping in, really dumping in Twitch subscriptions. Also want to remind you guys, we have a new coupon code. That coupon code is OBAMNA.
Obama.
And you can use that code to save 68% on my website, joinpacman.com. I would love for you to grab a membership. It's the best way to support what we do. You, of course, as a member, will get priority handling on our upcoming viewer town hall on December 14th, and lots of other really, really great things. So please consider yourselves invited, and consider it a public service to sign up at joinpacman.com. Oh, thanks also to Chatterack for the Twitch Prime subscription. Very much appreciate that. I do not have any hot tub stream to announce at this time. At this time is the key phrase.
All right, for the jury.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and break for the day. So we're going to start a little bit earlier tomorrow. We're going to start at 8:30. So we're going to get into the state's closing at 8:30. During the recess, again, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. Don't go looking for any information about the case. If anybody approaches you about the case, please let the court know and we'll go ahead and get that addressed. Don't go looking for any information in the news. Don't look at social media. And again, if you're in the presence of anybody that wants to talk about the case, you need to walk away and you need to let the court know if that has occurred.
Pizza is here.
Again, I want to thank you for your service. You've heard me say it over and over again, and you're probably getting tired of it, but it is greatly appreciated by the Superior Court of Glenn County. Have a good evening, and we'll see you back here at 8:30 in the morning.
All right for the jury.
So the jury now being excused, I want to say thanks to M. Giesen, Freddie Bob, and Snappy Tam for the Twitch Prime subscriptions. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate that very, very much. They will be starting early tomorrow. I always wonder, like, what percentage of the jurors are looking at social media and coverage of the case? It just seems so hard to imagine that they're really following that. I'm not saying people are dishonest. I just don't know how you avoid it. How do you avoid it?
Anything further from the state before recess?
No, just I'll talk to the principal.
From Travis McMichael.
I think we're going to need to inquire of them in the morning. I think it's imperative. I sense that my feeling is that this is a moment in this case. I'm concerned about our jurors. I know they're tired. I'm seeing some frustration. I'm seeing some head shaking, and I'm worried. And I'm going to ask the court to inquire of them in the morning on the record with us present.
Morning again. The court's indicated where we are with the case. From Greg McMichael.
Nothing.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Well, something.
Sorry.
We still have to turn this into evidence. The juror 219, the videos that were discussed in the last week of jury selection.
Through notice of filing because it needs to be sealed.
I'm happy to do it however you guys tell me. Just speak louder. Yes, I'm happy to do it however the court tells me to do it. So
let's do. I need to do a sealing order for it, we just need to do a sealing order for it. Those are the TikTok.
All right, guys, they're just wrapping up here with some technical stuff. So we'll pick it back up tomorrow. Then the charges will actually be read to the jurors, and then they will be off and negotiating. And there is the desire, I know that there's the desire for this by some to be done before Thanksgiving. So we could get a quick verdict. We just don't know. So we'll pick it back up tomorrow. I will see everybody then. Thank you for joining me. Great to be back on Twitch.